Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What's a she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Xiao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
Welcome to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021.
Right away, despite the terrain, but look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, but oh my god.
But oh my god, trying to cut corners, Mercenary eats that regular hit, LC, grab things safe, and now just gonna go for the rescue. 7-2S being patient with a terror shot. Just in time, he wasn't able to open up. He did. Wow. Just trying to kite his way around here, trying to push. Oh my, the Cypher is almost trying. Can Anchan survive this long? Excellent vault there. Oh, they popped the Cypher.
Have to keep in mind that teleportation is like
GG's will be called. Excellent stuff, guys. Southeast Asia, congratulate GH because they are your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O-Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale. The final version is for parent and child? Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey, don't drink weird beverages in my bar.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the ending. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity.
place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Kyo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. Take it over to the Fat Lady Sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, a Our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End
It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Identity 5 Championship IVC 2022 for Southeast Asia. Pot Spice and the one and only, the powerful Soy Milk, joining us with the beautiful Tomie skin. How are you feeling today, Soy?
I'm feeling very excited for today matches, Paul. We're going to see VL, TMX, Icon, and ZT. So these matches are definitely going to be super excited, especially because a lot of these things we have been following for the last few weeks. So it is definitely a lot of things that we have learned and experienced together.
Oh yeah, we've grown and loved, at the teams of Ikun, TMX, but we also have to talk about ZT and BL because the last time we saw them was a couple of weeks back. I know we had a week break just to update the servers, so we're gonna see a lot of flywheels today. But I think a question in everyone's head is, the teams that were that played weeks ago, are they gonna perform better, or are they gonna be kind of still trying to warm up into this? Because TMX, Ikun, they just participated 2 weeks ago.
Yes, both TMX and Icon went through the wildcard stage, so they definitely have had a longer journey than BL and ZT. So I think that is one of the things that could determine whether they will be able to overcome their opponents.
Yeah, at the wildcard stage, as scary as it is, I think we were talking about this off stream. It builds character. It gives you that experience. It gives you more tournament pressure and more experience. And hopefully TMX and Ikun will bring that experience with them, because we were talking about how the points are being, right? But before anything else, ladies and gentlemen, we got some fan cheering. Big shout outs to Sion. Soy, what are your thoughts on this amazing artwork?
So beautiful. 0-2R for I see on. You see the cheerleaders, Gardener, Priestess, and Seer. It is adorable. It's so cute. I really like it. Fan cheering. Yeah, this one of the things that the artists that put a lot of effort making these works is not easy to plan. Looking for the characters and then putting the emotion, and you can see right here on the artworks. So adorable. So endearing to see.
So big shout outs to Sion, and big shout outs to the artists of the community, because like Soy said, it's not easy coming up with this. And here we have Pina Kuraral. Hopefully I pronounced that right, but cheering for the IVC. I'm excited because you have to admit, Soy, these artworks are very diverse.
Yes, it's Pin Kaural. Yes, if I guess correctly, it looks like it could be a little girl because it's like white dress, but also could be court because of the ponytail. So
could be,
very cute. Very cute, and it's definitely IVC, so it's cheering for all the teams of IVC. Same as me, I'm cheering for all the teams right now. So many mixed feelings and very exciting overall to see these teams going against each other after so many weeks of growth and a lot of new things coming. Potch, flywheel.
Flywheel is definitely. I mean, we're definitely going to talk about that, especially when the match happens. Or, I mean, if you guys have been following IVL, the breaking wheel is not even a hunter anymore, not even a character in the game. Just like the seer in IVC, I think breaking wheel was in jail in IVL because you barely see him at all.
Yes.
By the way, so we got to welcome everyone in the chat. Big shout outs to everyone that is already here. Obviously, you got Maney, you got Kino, you got Ice, you got Chantel, you got so many of the regular faces. So, a big shout outs. We had the fan cheering, and we want to cheer you guys on, for actually being here. And also, we hope you guys can cheer on your favorite teams because we're gonna have some crazy matches today. And like I said before, score-wise, 2 teams here, it's their last chance. So let's look at the rankings. So talk us through the rankings.
Alrighty. So far we see in Group A, MP is taking the lead together with SG in Group B, and in Group C is GH, Group D, NR. So today we are going to do Group C and Group D, which is BL versus Icon, followed by ZT versus TMX. So as you can see from this score spot, it's basically almost going to be like the last chance for Icon and TMX to overcome their opponent. So this is very nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's very crucial for them, right? And when it comes to IVC, it's awesome how they have these group stages for you to have different chances. But we gotta talk. We're gonna talk about it in a bit, but you know what? ZT and BL, they're known names. They're known alphabets in the Southeast Asia community as BL representing the Southeast Asia community in KOA this year, and ZT being one of the strongest teams out there. So Ikun and TMX are gonna have a huge hill to climb if they want to stay alive here in the rankings. So yeah, so I mentioned that will be the matches for today. But still, stay tuned for this weekend because you will be seeing Group A and Group B, and also the conclusion of the entire group stages. So it's really important for you guys to cheer on your favorite teams. Now, looking at the matches for today, as so I mentioned, BL versus Ikun to start things off. After that, it's going to be ZT and TMX. So I'm going to ask you a quick question. Which match are you looking forward to the most here between these two?
I'm looking for most CT versus TMX watch. And it is only because we have seen that TMX are the long runners. They're the marathoners. They like to take it until the last matches, and they bring out their A game. And this is something that keeps me on my toes all the time. Very exciting.
Give me a clashing of styles, right? Because ZT really known to start out sprinting, but yeah, TMX, you know what? They took the scenic route. They took the long road to get here. But let's introduce our two teams here. We got Liz and Zeno the Hunters for our first match for today for BL and Ikun. And Liz made a really big impression. Like, he was just so really diverse with his Hunter roster, and he was the main point bringer of the team BL. But talk us through Zen OWO here, Soy.
Zeno is amazing geisha in Moonlit River Park. He can handle himself so well with those butterflies and those dashes. He never misses a butterfly, almost never. And Liz with Wax Artist, I think he just following the new meta, which we have seen in IVL recently, Poch. Wax Artist is coming in strong. I will not say it's an all-kill hunter, but sometimes leaning to a definite high. But if played well, it can reach the 4 kill, the ultimate.
Yeah, and shout outs to Chocho here for giving us some insight and reminding us that Zen used to be part of BL. So I'm excited to see how he's going to be able to kind of counter what BL has to bring to the table, because you know we've seen Zen also in high pressure situations, and Liz here, you know, it's still I would have to say is one of the hunters that you have to beware about, because coming into the prelims, he was the one to be able to bring a lot of points to the team. He brought a Pollen, he brought a Sculptor, a BQ. Just see the Wax Artist here. Not sure if we're gonna see a breaking wheel, since, like you said, so we might see a lot of flywheels for today.
Yeah, today is going to be the survivors. We're gonna see them all on flywheels, and also interesting because now that the new meta is gonna be flywheel, we have to see how they use it. Because one thing is to have it available. Another thing is how and when do you use the flywheel.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of discipline on the hunter side, you know, just baiting out the flywheel. We're going to move on and look at the survivors. So we're going to start things off with Mini over here. S-Badge Acrobat, but can also play the rescuer role. So really interested to see how well diverse these Mini here to bring to the roster, because rescuer can type that is a recipe for a disaster for any hunter. But what about over on Ikun's side?
Yes, Ikun JNTM, one of the best mercenary on the Ikun team. He's known for always playing the rescue position, and his elbow pads are really good and well timed. So this has to be come to the hunter when they find this type of mercenary that can elbow pad and get the rescue, how to stuff it. So this is something we're gonna see today, how this type of survivors can use all the abilities and just get faster to the chair before half, definitely.
All right, we're gonna move on to Potato, aka Ram. So another member of BL. He's also known for his S-Badge Magician. Also been practicing a lot of Priestess, and yeah, I don't think he's a stranger to the big stage. Him and the rest of the team members of BL. They've represented us in the big stage, and I think they want to do that again. And I think IVC would definitely be the first step to that. So, talk us through Serpex, though.
Yeah, Serpex is also an acrobat and postman main, and we've seen him before playing against Anne and in Ars Factory and against other teams. So he definitely is not just a mercenary. You have seen his acrobat and postman kiting really well in the best cutting areas of the map, such as the factory or also the hospital. He can carry the kiting quite well, so that is something to looking forward to. And Dream, Entity, shout out to Entity. He told me that Dream is one of the survivors that is very versatile. He pretty much can play every survivor on the game, so we're definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, Dream had some excellent moments, but our shifter attendant over here, the Panda, A-Badge forward, batter, and also can kite. That's why he also has an acrobat here. So I'm really excited to see how Panda will come into the mix here with his acrobat, because you have to admit that BL, very good, very diverse when it comes to just being able to just support their fellow survivors.
Yes, definitely. BL has a very good team synergy. The survivor sides, they always know how to give pressure to the hunter, and they always support each other in the precise moment. So this is something a lot of us have seen so far coming in from BL, and we'll see now with the new member, Poch. Not new member, sorry. Like he hasn't been playing, but he's suddenly going to play today.
Oh yeah, with Ram, everyone knows and loves Ram. I was able to talk to him a couple times whenever I try to interview BL. One of the, I would say, pioneers, captains of the team. He did use Priestess, but now he has Prospector. He was the one to kind of champion the team all the way up to Korra, and now he's back. I think they tried out Chappa before, but I think Ram coming into this just shows that they are so ready and they want to be able to get the victory coming into IVC.
Yes, and last but not least, Laugh from the team from TMX is also the main stunner of the team, known for his forward and acrobat, as well as postman. So as you see, a lot of the TMX survivors, they have mastered the postman and the acrobat to the next level. So that's something to really looking forward. And I think some people also was wondering what does ZT stands for. And as far as I know, ZT stands for 02. So that is something to let the new people that's coming in to cheer for these teams to know. How about you, Posh? Do you know what BL stands for?
It stands for brilliant. People were saying it's boy love, but it's not. It's brilliant, and that's how they usually play. I remember asking. That was the first thing I actually asked Rem coming into this. I'm like, what does BL stand for? And they've been a household name in Southeast Asia. So coming into this match with Ikun, we are going to see Ever Sleeping Town being picked. Red Church was banned. We have been, you know what, I have to say, like doing the stats for this, Ever Sleeping Town has been one of the maps that is rarely banned and always picked. Like that's the top picked map of IVC as of late.
Yes, I agree with you, and I think that is because the hunter that they use in this map preferable is going to be either Breaking Wheel or Dreamwitch, which are the two hunters that work the best in Ever Sleeping Town. So that's what we will be seeing a lot of those picks. Yes. However, though, like you said, the ban of Red Church, I think that's definitely a very good map to ban because it could be very hunter-sided.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of. I would say when it comes to Red Church, it's not as sided as, like, let's say a hospital. Yes, it can be hunter sided. We've seen some amazing survivor sided matches, but yeah, there's Red Church would open up a lot of hunter possibilities. And in round one, you don't know what hunter is gonna come out. Heck, we just saw an IVL a spider come out. So Red Spider loves love coming out in Red Church. So coming into this one though, so let's get some thoughts out of the way. Since Flywheel is in, when it comes to Ever Sleeping Town, are we still gonna see the pollen?
I believe that Flywheel kind of counters any hunter at this point. So it really depends on whether the hunter is confident enough to bring out what he got, either Breaking Wheel or Dreamwitch or Naiad or Wax Artist, because at this point it is all about the timing of the wheel, flywheel, whether you time it well precisely, unless the hunter could force you to use the flywheel before you plan and then hit you. Like, it really works both ways, flywheel. Sometimes it can work for the survivor and sometimes works for the hunter. So it really depends on the moment and the way the hunter will or the survivor will push it out.
Oh yeah, when the activation comes in, it's such a big reward for the survivor, but a mistimed one could really spell disaster for any survivor. So it's It's really a mystery. Yeah, I do believe also I'm a big fan of hunters that kind of stick to their guns and not really follow the meta. If you're comfy with a certain hunter and you can bring it out, and a case in point, I think it was in last week. I believe we saw a lot of Pollens come out in Hospital, and we usually say like Hospital's not the best map to have that, but they still pulled it off. However, with this ever-changing meta of having that flywheel, they're gonna have to be very careful, especially if they're gonna bring that out. They can just flywheel away from the AOE of pollen, also the spikes. Yeah, and I do agree with your statement that like flywheel can counter every hunter in to a certain degree, right? It's just so pronounced when it's pollen. It's so pronounced with specific hunters. So I think we might still see some Dream Witch round ones. We were talking about it also in IVL. We see a lot of Dream Witch mirror matches. Just I think from Liz's side, but Zen, it could bring out the Geisha, but I mean, flywheel on Geisha is also pretty tough.
Very tough because Geisha is a one-hit hunter. So
Mhm.
when she starts to swing, then Survivor will time it perfectly. So it really depends which area is the Survivor kiting. Like for example, if there is a second floor in the two-story building, then the hunter can, well, the Geisha can butterfly to the second floor
Right.
and then surprise the Survivor too. Or it can do. It's a little bit of mind game as well. But like
Mhm.
you said, Geisha in this map, I believe it definitely will be hard countered by Flywheel. So in this case, if Zeno has to decide which hunter to bring, I believe Dreamwitch will be a little bit of stronger presence in here and will set a statement that he can counter the Flywheel a little
Mhm.
bit more. Mm. What do
Yeah,
you think
his
though? Do you
his
think
Dream Witch, yeah, was
Dreamwitch?
definitely he has brought out his Dream Witch in round number 1, so that's really good.
Mhm.
Recalling what happened last week when they were up against Noir, Zen tried bring out a Naiad in round number 2 and they were down in points, which didn't work out in their favor. But I think in round number 1, best foot forward. If Zen will be the first one hunting, I like his odds with that Dream Witch. We've said also that, you know what, Dream Witch, the changes that were made to her, like she's still a very viable hunter. Depends on how you use it. Yes, the patroller has been countered to count time and time again, but we've seen in the Japan server that they bring up Blink. They just change things up. So it really depends on how both these hunters are going to come out with their Dream Witch and their play style. How it's going to be more pronounced. That's just based on what we're observing, ladies and gentlemen. I mean,
Yes.
we're going to see a pollen. Who knows?
Yes, also Seno is also known for having a Nayad, and we have
Mhm.
seen some recent Nayad gameplays, and not
Mhm.
only in Japanese, and also in IVL as well. And it really surprising Poch that Nayad, even though it doesn't seem that type of hunter that can get an all kill, sometimes
Mhm.
it does. And when it happens, it is just so amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Shout out to YMM for starting that trend. We haven't seen a very solid Naiad yet here in IVC, but Zen could be the first one to do that. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, versus Ikun. Can't wait to see who's going to start things off once we get to the character lineup of picks and bans.
Yes, let's go right into the picks and bans. As you know, usually in this tournament we have seen that Eli will go to jail on the first ban, and that is mainly because the survivor wants to either play Dream Witch or Bloody Queen, and the seer with the vision will definitely counter that at the beginning, telling everyone to rotate away. So if they do ban seer for the first pick, then we probably will be seeing a Dream Witch spot.
Yeah, I think that's about right. It's kind of safe to say, like you said, we do see that the Seer is banned, and Seer being such a, I would say, such a versatile survivor. It's a no-brainer here in IVC that you really don't want a Seer to come out. So this kind of opens up a lot of possibilities for. Oh, I was gonna say Priestess, but it seems like they're hovering over Psychologist to probably tank up for that Dream Witch that Zen probably has.
Yes, as I like to call the psychologist, the female version of the mercenary, because she can take more than one hit. She is a tough girl, and one of the best, new best survivors. Like can replace mercenary in some situations. But I'm a little bit surprised, Botch, that I haven't picked mercenary because, as you know, mercenary is the best rescuer in the game so far. So that's why I'm just surprised they're not choosing mercenary yet. Do you think they would choose a tough guy, another tough guy, or do you think they would just go with something else?
See, the thing is with Mercenary, we've seen a lot of just hunters just try to counter him by just chasing him at the start. So depends, but we do see that it is available. But I think they might. Wow, are they going for Lucky Guy? So they're completely ignoring the Mercenary. So they don't want a tough guy lineup. They want to go for like a versatile lineup for more support. You got one stunner in the forward. And also, well, an acrobat that can have that silence. And Lucky Guy, depending on what item he has, it's gonna be interesting to see if he's gonna go for that flare gun, or if he's gonna go for the perfume, or maybe even go for the mechanic bot.
Well, I believe that there's a reason why they pick Lucky Guy. Maybe because of the gun. They want to get the gun for sure, and also they just want to be a little bit more versatile, like you said, being able to get almost any item in the game. But we see immediately coming in Xenos Greenwich for our first match. I still think that Lucky Guy is a little bit of a risky pick for the first round touch.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there, because you could go with a Mercenary. I know he doesn't have that harassment, but you can't disregard the fact that he's a great rescuer, and just having that utility for him to be able to just delay damage and also at least get a clean rescue and body block. So we're just gonna have to see, Soy, if this Lucky Guy pick is gonna pay off, because there is that risk coming into it, because if you don't get the item you want, if you stuffs any of the items, he's a pretty bare bones character. So what do you guys think about this in chat? I see Joggy also saying that YMM does not care about meta. He just keeps going for what he wants, and I feel like that's a great way to play the game. Also, Soy, do you want to give any shout outs to any of the prisoners out there?
Yes, I'd like to give a shout out to Jogi, to MPLC Kino, to Chantel. Also, of course, to our fellow casters, NTT and Chocho, and also Eli, that we're talking backstage and just giving us a little bit of talk about IVL and the recent metas. So preparing for today's casting as well.
I'm gonna also give a quick shout out to Ohio, Darley, Copycat, 3 Unis, Alex, you got Kino as well, Crow Lee, you got Vanillakin. Hey, what's up, Vanilla? See you all the time. And Fairies in. I know there's more than that, but thank you for buying admission tickets to see this match happen. We always appreciate the prisoners in front of us, and hopefully this is gonna be a great match. Rem with the kicker of the Lucky Guy is very interesting. This is BL we gotta talk about also. They're known for these interesting strategies, so we can't judge a book by its cover just yet, because the Lucky Guy kind of stands out. BL is known for coming up with very innovative strategies, so I can't wait to see how Rem's gonna make this Lucky Guy come online, especially in round number 1.
Yes, I believe Rem, by coming in with this Lucky Guy, is taking a huge risk, because sometimes, like we saw last 2 weeks when I was casting with Eli, one match, a team chose Lucky Guy, and at the beginning of the match, he didn't got what he wanted with this a flare gun, and then he got with a syringe or something else, and then the hunter just tunneled him and then farmed him, and it was an early down. So doing this for the win the match, Rem is having definitely feeling very confident and definitely feeling lucky after all. Yes.
Let's see if he is gonna live up to his name as a Lucky Guy to get the item that he wants, because I think in any competitive game, the RNG aspect of it is really tough, but at least you can kind of wish for it at the start. So you're just gonna have to find a chest, get the best possible item, and see how it plays out. But we're gonna look at also the different picks, because Mini Blue on this Acrobat is actually really good, because Mini Blue S badge Acrobat, and Acrobats have been so pivotal in character lineups already, and we've seen Acrobat can play as a kiter and a rescuer. So a lot of the top plays that I believe we've seen, or top kites, have been from Acrobats.
Yes, he's definitely sorry. I was gonna suddenly talk about Psychologist, because Psychologist is one of the survivors that can definitely counter Dream Witch really strongly, and that is only because she can take more than one hit. It's also because of the Wi-Fi healing. Like, she can Wi-Fi heal any other survivor, and she can remain on her cipher machine decoding and just continue with the game. So it's kind of like a barmaid, but better. So that's why you see Zeno ban the barmaid too, because we have seen recently like a barmaid combo with a psychologist or a barmaid combo with a priestess can be extremely detrimental for a Druid Witch gameplay.
Yeah, when talking about psychologist, it's gonna be tough because yes, she has those healing factors, but if a hunter is able to just tunnel the psychologist, it's gonna be hard for her to rebound rescue. So her best game is actually when she's not found out. She uses the Wi-Fi heal or has an excellent first kite. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Potato is gonna come online, especially knowing that Potato, he is an S badge magician and priestess. With psychologist, if you have the kiting routes down, yeah, that's gonna be tricky for any hunter.
Yes, not only for Dream Witch, psychologists can also counter a lot of strong hunters like as Breaking Wheel and everything. But at the same time, a lot of people keep saying that after psychologist uses the first hit, then she cannot heal other survivor. So this is definitely going to see how can she use her skill to the maximum ability. And even though she gets hit once, she probably can just kite the hunter away and maybe use the second time just to Wi-Fi heal the teammate. So it's very interesting to see how will this psychologist be played to get in this game.
Yeah, and also you gotta consider the map, right? It's a huge map. Priestess isn't here, but at least you have that assurance that if ever, let's say the forward goes for a rescue and he gets hit, he can just get Wi-Fi healed immediately for the rebound rescue or even a rebound stun to just prolong the kite. So yeah, a strong pick on the side of the BL survivor, just locking in the psychologist. And it kind of shows, like you said, Soy, when it comes to the alternate version of the mercenary, the female mercenary, it is the psychologist, and she definitely has that Wi-Fi heal to help the team out when it comes to just gaining back their resources.
Yes, definitely. And also talking about the acrobat in this map, I think he will have a lot of good spaces to throw the balls. And I've also seen recently the acrobat is used as a support after the rescue is done. For example, he would just aid on the rescue to stop the hunter from using the trait. So he will usually throw a fireball, and then the Dream Witch cannot use the blink or the patroller, and that could also help to elongate that second kite, or like you like to call it sometimes, the rebound kite. So that's why I think this is going to be the synergy for BL today.
Mm-hmm. So if I may ask, Soy, with the picks and bans, I know we're just back to us though. With the picks and bans kind of done, with what we saw, who do you think has a little more advantage? Is it the survivors or the hunters? Because we're making a big case for the survivors now.
Yeah, I definitely think that Xeno World Dream Witch in this map is definitely going to be very strong. However, though, with the flywheel coming to effect, we'll see if the survivors can get around the Dream Witch and literally just fly away from the leeches, from the blink, from the patroller. But also one thing that you have to keep in mind, Poch, is that flywheel has also a very long time for recovery. So once you use your flywheel, you need to wait, and then once you get it again. So what happens if you just use your flywheel before for the first time and they immediately chair you? Then when they rescue you, you have nothing to work with. So
That's
this is
true.
the thing, Poch, that we need to see the timing.
Yeah, you definitely have to time your flywheel as well, especially with the cooldown. We've seen in tournaments just the once it's popped, it's very game changing for them to extend the kite, prevent a second skill from popping out, and just starving the hunter of that presence. So we just have to wait and see. And also talking about Zeno's Dream Witch, we did see up against GH. He did bring it out. He had a hard time keeping up with GH's pace. I don't want to attribute it solely on just GH being great. It's just when he brought out the Dream Witch, it was Hospital. So it seemed like a very survivor-sided map. And I feel like in this sort of map, like you mentioned, Dream Witch can shine since, the survivors are more spread out. There's nothing like the two-story or like the center of the hospital with Birdcage that's so strong for survivors. So Zen has a good chance here coming into this match. I think his patrollers need to be timed well. He needs to catch the survivors off guard when it comes to this match. But I will have to say that this game, especially with Flywheel, has definitely evolved into survivor-sided game. And we do see that we're going back into the picks and bans. It's not going to be the lucky guy. It's probably gonna be, I think the batter, or is it batter? Is that the batter?
Yes, it looks like the batter because of the curly hair and the headband. So I believe it's going to be the batter, which totally makes sense with this lineup. Poch, you see another tough guy like we were talking about. It's not going to be mercenary because of the maybe like they think the decoding will be a bit slow, and also it's a little bit more of the defensive type of survivor rather than an offensive type like such as a batter. So that's why I think they just thinking on the way they want to counter Xenos Dreamwitch, and they're going to go a little bit more attacking mode, but there might be some change again.
We can't say anything yet. Just a silhouette.
Yeah.
So, more tough guys, but not the mercenary. They want to go with Gravekeeper, which, I mean, maybe I'm just a fan of the mercenary. I thought like you prioritize mercenary over Gravekeeper, but they might have a problem. They might have a solution here. Maybe they're gonna in certain spots where there are pallets. You know, you could just bury underneath. When it comes to basement rescues, Gravekeeper is also really good at just negating the whole drop down stair situation. So we'll just have to see. I would still give a little edge on the survivor side just because we have psychologist and acrobat in the mix. So it seems like, yeah, this is going to be the final lineup of the survivors. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the fact that they replaced the mercenary for the Gravekeeper is all because of the shovel. The shovel can cover a hit for after you rescue. You can use your shovel and protect your teammate by getting absorbing that hit. So that's why I think they are thinking about their strategy is that the Gravekeeper can absorb the hit and he doesn't need to take it, so avoiding the double down situation. So that's one of the things that Gravekeeper could bring to the table in comparison to the mercenary, which if he gets a double hit then he will go down, but the Gravekeeper could just absorb it with his shovel and then will just have to run away, and then that would buy a lot of time. So that's what I think.
Yeah, that could definitely play into the Gravekeeper's favor. You just have to time it well, and also the changes where you could, if you're baited into the shovel, you can escape it and still have a little bit of it to use. So I think they're gonna play into the strengths of that Gravekeeper. So yeah, looking at the lineup, very well rounded. You got a lot of support. No main decoder because yeah, if you now in this certain meta, I know I love the mechanic and all that, but when you pick mechanic, you're just asking for a draw. And in round number 1, you want the best possible lineup and you want to survive as long as possible. And having the support of these characters, acrobat, psychologist, forward, and you know a stable rescuer like Gravekeeper could definitely help you out. So Zen definitely has his plate full coming into this match. And thinking about best target to chase first, Soy, who you got?
Definitely going to be the psychologist or the acrobat, because these are the two survivors that are known for being very annoying towards the end, especially the acrobat with the bombs and the Wi-Fi heal from the psychologist. And I say this also because as a hunter, you don't want to go for the rescuer or the forward too.
For sure. Yeah, so if you're able to at least get rid of the resources of the psychologist, that's definitely a good thing. Now we're going to start things off once again. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Forward is going to be the first one in the mix here. Let's see if he's going to pop up that football just to move on away from that leech. So it seems like she's going to try to commit. Zen's going to commit to this forward, which could be good or bad. But if the forward uses the football and not save it up, it's going to be a long chase for Zen.
Yes, and now we seen that Panda is using this pallet area to try to mind game the hunter, and there do a little juke. And now not yet utilize the football again. Oh, taking the first hit immediately, but very smart Poch because he used that was an early down.
Yeah, that action was too fast to call. Yeah, like you said, you know what? Ooh, it took the early hit, tried to move. At least it was the main. It was his follower, right? But the main follower was right there for the follow-up hit. But now the forward is down. We are gonna see someone try to go for this rescue because that was an early down. He does have some football for a rebound kite, so they could decide if they're gonna go for a full blood rescue. But psychologist is already here, Soy.
Yeah, psychologist is going to take the patroller first, but again, Zeno is definitely trying to stop the rescue. Psychologist did a very nice rescue smoothly. Still with the patroller on, Poch. That's so hard to do, you know, because taking that normal hit, and now Zeno is just going to go after the psychologist.
Wow, just as you predicted, so you know I didn't get the first chase on the psychologist, but he's definitely a juicier target compared to that forward with a lot of resources for him to just escape the clutches of this Dream Witch. Psychologist doesn't have a leech follower on her, so it's gonna be a little tough. He's gonna go back to Panda here, so at least she doesn't have that. Well, that she still can heal people since she's gonna be at full health, but it's still gonna be really tough. Now Panda pop in the football here, just trying to create just trying to transition away from the follower here, but now has to pop it again, so resources are dwindling on the forward side.
Yes, now Seno going for the blink and missed the blink. Amazing prediction from Panda coming in. You see, Poch, this is the type of things that we see in this tournament, the mind games.
And that's actually huge because no more Patroller, already expended the blink, now will fall down, just bought a little bit of time. Panda, you know what, that was actually a great rebound kite on his side. Now forcing Zen to go back to the main body just so he can get more pressure when he leeches onto the forward. But looking at the Cypher progress, last three Cyphers have already been worked on and they're still moving on quite well. One Cypher's about to pop, they can go for another rescue here with the Acrobat or the Gravekeeper, which is definitely the better rescuer. So we're just gonna have to see, while Rem has to be very careful here.
Yes, with no more trump card on the hand, he can only work with blink, and now he can only just camp this machine because there is no abnormal and there's nothing else you can do without any other resource. So also the survivor is doing so well, but getting the rescue right before trying to body block and amazing body block.
Beautiful stuff on Rem's side, able to just body block, but Panda will eat a blink hit, and Zen has his first survivor down. Two of the Cyphers are about to pop. We have one last Cypher, but Zen is able to send back his first survivor out of the game, and Psychologist has a leech on her, so it's still looking kind of scary here on either side. It can go for a tie, but I'm pretty sure one has got to give, Soy.
Yes, because now the Cypher is prime watch. So now this is put the survivors in also a good situation now that the Dream Witch cannot do anything about the Cypher. The only thing she can do is just cheer the survivor close enough so she can camp both at the same time. But we see a full health Acrobat and Gravekeeper that has to steal 2 shovels.
So this is actually a great chair placement. Gravekeeper eats that hit while we see the transition happen. We are going to see him eat that other hit, but luckily he was able to pop that shovel in time. They are working on a brand new Cypher, so it's just the respect that they have on Zen's camping game. So excellent stuff on BL side, just trying to rally back into this since Zen has a foothold on this Cypher here at the fake gate. Acrobat is the only one looking very solid here because he's the only one decoding. No presence. Oh my god, that was so close, Soy.
Yes, it's so close right now. And now the Gravekeeper is the one with the leech, the only one with the leech. Now the leech was utilized.
Psychologist is down though. Yeah, that blink pop on that Psychologist, able to go back into the shovel mode, and we're gonna see him just try to camp out here with these pallets. While I think, Zen has to be able to chair this Psychologist just so he can force some action out of that Cypher and force the endgame pop to happen. Gravekeeper now still on that shovel, might be the one to just pop the Cypher, or he is moving away, so this is going to be a little tough how they're going to try to manage this rescue since Acrobat is the best one to go for it, but they need to be ready for that endgame pop.
Yes, we see the Acrobat is the one coming down, and now also the Gravekeeper trying to distract the ooh, nice hit, and now going for the normal rescue. Now it's all about when they pop it, they're probably going to do a force heal. Yes!
Terror shock, but they're able to pop it in time, and now we have 3 survivors out and about. Nice activation of the bomb, and Mini Blue now is the one on kiting duties. Well, we see that the Gravekeeper, you gotta love the resources that they're just managing here. He's de-leeching, while Mini Blue might have to take this hit, doesn't have anything, but he has a flywheel to use to continue on this kite.
He just taking Dream Witch around, and now the flywheel was used in a beautiful way, buying so much extra time for the teammates. And now that the Psychologist is going to be the only one with a leech here against a Dream Witch with detention. We'll see how long can she last and if she can try to just mind game the Hunter, but no! Was about to predict the blink, but Zeno just waited there patiently and took a normal hit on the Psychologist.
Yeah, that was mind games at its finest, right? Predicting if the blink was going to happen, just vaulted and was ready, you know, able to reap the rewards. Moving on here. Now, Rem is going to sit on this rocket chair while we see that the survivors are still opening up that exit gate. It looks like it might be a tied game. Zen trying to close the distance here, but it seems like Gravekeeper has to be very careful. Can they open it up in time? The blink hit! No, it's going to be a 3-1 escape here. Oh my god, 3-1 kill, by the way. One person escape. Zen wreaking havoc here in Ever Sleeping Town, getting 3 points for his team.
That was amazing right there. Zen came with the blink, so confident, just jumped directly on the survivors. And even though the acrobat threw the mad ball, it was still not enough because the gate was just opening, and then boom, just blink on them. That was
Yeah.
scary.
I think this was Zen's work at its finest, going up against BL survivors here. So, yeah, we saw all of them kind of come online. Forward at the start kind of set the pace, because once you give a Dream Witch early foothold into that match, it really turns into just the Dream Witch show. Which I think I was looking at the timer there. That early chase, that early down of that forward was less than a minute. So it was really Zen's excellent placing of the leeches that really got him the solid momentum to start things off. And on it looked like a tie, but him being able to preserve his blink, even though the blink at the start didn't work out quite well, it worked out in the end.
Yes, at many moments it really seemed that it could have been on the survivor side because they keep making Zen use the leeches, and a lot of the time there is only Zen can only work with one leech in the map, follow with the other one, so he cannot cut that many resources because the survivors did such a good job in trying to take all the leeches away. And we can see here the kiting time was the longest kiting time was from the forward and the psychologist, both with 89 seconds and psychologist with 76 seconds.
Yeah, it's usually really hard to determine when it comes to Dream Witch kiting times, but because it keeps transferring. But yeah, it is the forward to gain a lot of the kiting, since he was the first one to be chased. But Mini Blue being the sole person to escape, they were trying to predict that blink. They were trying to stop him with that mud ball, but the Gravekeeper fell to the detention hit, fell to the last hit. And Zen, you know what, setting up Ikun for a pretty solid start here with 3-1. So this is actually the best way to start things off, since we did note that Zen still has that pocket geisha. But come in BO2, you really also want to just counter that. You don't want to have a Dream Witch coming into round number 2. That's what I want to say, because there's more survivors that are out there. So congratulations, Zen, for starting things off really well for Ikun.
Yes, and congratulations for the first match. However, though, we have to admit, Botch, that the BL survivors did so well to putting so much pressure on Zeno. And I think that the fact that the Gravekeeper was forced to utilize all his shovel, that's one of the reasons that at the very last minute, very last second, he cannot shovel down the hit. And that is one of the things that Zen did so well, pushing the survivors to use everything they have, so he can just find them just like that, almost like kind of like no resources and just taking the hit. So that was so clutch, because you might think that with that distance, when he was incoming with the leech, you might think that the blink cannot work, but he was so confident and he just kept going forward and blink, and he doesn't know whether he hit the acrobat or the Gravekeeper. He just went for the hit, and he happened to hit the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring an opinion I've had, because I'm really a fan of Blink Dream Witch to start things off, and maybe because also a lot of people just know how to kite out the patroller, especially with Flywheel now. But we saw how effective Blink Dream Witch is, and that solidified Zen's point. Zen's wins, by the way, 3 points, and you can't take anything away from BL because they were so good. And I mean, with the skills they were able to use, the flywheels, the timing, they were really well. It's just, as you said, so I think the recipe for Zen's win here was he kept moving targets. You know, he did also put in the groundwork for hitting the psychologist and forcing a lot of them to be able to pop their resources. And he didn't force any chase situations to happen, even though it wasn't going his way. And a lot of people in the chat were agreeing that it looked like a tied game. It was the last minute saving of his blink to be able to get the 3-point game. And you know what, from a tie to 3 points, that's huge if you're starting things off for your team.
Yes. Also, BL shows so much respect, starting a whole new machine from scratch. That is something you don't often see, Botch, because usually in rank, when I play rank, my survivor team, they usually just get obsessed with that machine. They just want to pop that machine no matter what. And we saw that the machine that the team had was 93%. But even though it was close, for BL was not close enough. So they just went for another one, and that is just the thing that differentiates the tournament team. That they know how does the hunter can mind game and can terror shock them if they want to go for that machine. And yeah, I think that is one of the things that really impressed me today from BL.
Yeah, when it comes to teams that have seen and done it all in the Southeast Asia, BL is definitely one of it. And I think comparing it to like ranked, if ever you do that, if you there's no voice comms, it's like you're being paired up with people that you haven't really practiced with. BL though they've been grinding it out, and yeah, they do offer that respect. They know Zen. They've been teammates with Zen, and that's why they know it's like, yeah, this is too dangerous to camp out the cipher, especially since he's already leached the survivor there. He planted his main body there. It was a tough situation for them. That's why they had to respect his camping abilities. That's why you saw the acrobat open up a new cipher in the 2-story building. So I think they're going to be playing it with a lot more discipline because Zen has definitely done his homework, and we're going to see how well he's going to perform come round number 2, come round number 3, if it gets to even a round number 4. Because I think Zen going up against BL, that's the best possible matchup for Ikun, Hunter side, because Zen has practiced with these guys before.
Yes. I was just imagining. Imagine if the Gravekeeper also has the flywheel in the moment. Do you think it could have worked, or he could have got stuck with the acrobat? Sorry, I'm just.
If you think about it, would you want a Gravekeeper with no tide turner and have a flywheel? That's a very risky situation, I think. Or no borrowed time. That's gonna be a little tough. But if it would be really broken if he had flywheel too. That's I think that's the beauty of the game. Like you can't have them all. But for sure, if the Gravekeeper had flywheel, yeah, we could have been seeing a tie, or that could have happened.
Yes, yes, definitely. That was so tough. That was so tough, really. Even for such an extreme, like a game that it definitely looks like a tie until the very second, and then the hunter so confident goes for it. He just blinks on the survivor. That's just so extreme, to be honest. I think sometimes like it's just my heart. I cannot take it. It's just too exciting.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have more exciting matches soon, ladies and gentlemen. So if you guys are just joining us now, we just saw the first half of round number 1 between BL and Ikun. And I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat also say that, yeah, it was Mini Blue that was able to kite for the longest, well, actually contain, I would say, for the longest time, since the longest person that did see the hunter or contain the hunter was the forward. But the acrobat had an amazing kite, and yeah, the great popping of the flywheel and just able to silence. It just unfortunately wasn't able to silence at the last possible minute. At least Mini Blue was able to escape. So
yes,
I forgot to mention. So we gotta give emojis to BL and Ikun here. If you guys are, I want to see some support in chat. What do you think we should give BL and Ikun?
Brilliant, brilliant. I think something like yeah, brain sounds really really cool, to be honest. Brains, yes. And for Ikun, I don't know why. I just think Ikun.
Well, Ikun's logo actually has a basketball, so maybe it could be a brain and a basketball emoji. So if you guys want,
good to me.
Yeah, if you guys want BL, Soy approved of these emojis, ladies and gentlemen. So if you guys want BL to win, I want to see some brain emojis, since the BL stands for brilliant. While Ikun in their logo, they do have a basketball, so I want to see some basketballs or brains or both. If you guys want to root for both of them, but. It is so important for Ikun to be able to win this match, because this is their last match in the group stage.
Yes.
They did face off up against GH, and they did not come out victorious there. So it's GH leading the pack of Group C. So they need to be able to win this one over BL here.
Yes, definitely. Icon's gonna have to bring it all and do it all, because this is going to be the most crucial match they are gonna face. So this is it. This is it, guys. This is it. This is it for Icon, for showing it all. And I'm definitely looking forward to see what will the survivors of Icon bring, because we have seen them using Postman, Forward, and this recent meta that is all about support and stun. So this is going to be today's matches, but now with the flywheel added, it just adds more excitement overall. But it's just even more exciting because you don't know where the flywheel comes. You know it's gonna come, but you don't know when and the timing. It's just so many things. So yeah, definitely can turn the match around.
Yeah, and speaking of turnaround, let's see how Liz will be able to turn things around for BL. If Liz will be able to get above and beyond, or just kind of stay on the same page as Zeno here, because we have noted that Liz was able to get a lot of points for them in the prelim finals. That's how they were able to get here. And we haven't seen BL in a minute. It's been quite the number of weeks before we saw them. So they're being welcomed by Ikun. Like you said, you know what? They're the ones that took the scenic route, saw the wild card stage. Zen has definitely helped the team out, gain that confidence. So now we're gonna see picks and bans here. With Liz coming into the mix, yeah, we could definitely see a mirror match of sorts when it comes to Dream Witch. He also did bring out BQ. Also has a Pollen. Not sure if he's going to bring that out. Also brought out a Sculptor. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, the thing with Liz is that I don't know, he is a very versatile hunter bot. He, as far as I know, I've seen him play Wax Artist, Naiad, Breaking Wheel, Dream Witch. I mean, just as the good question for Liz is like, what hunter he doesn't play? Because what we've seen is that he plays a lot of hunters and he plays them all and he just mastered them so well. And like we saw in the previous match with Liz, is that when he brought a Breaking Wheel in Ever Sleeping Town, he got a Terror Shock very early on game using the blink trick. He just tried to man game the survivor with the blink, and then it didn't work, and then he just got a Terror Shock. So this is one of the things that Liz is that his maneuver on the wheel and the mind games with the blink, it just works out so well for him. So I'm actually a little bit worried about whether I can, with this meta that they with these survivors that they usually bring, such as Postman and Forward, whether they can counter such a strong Breaking Wheel main. So this is the thing that I'm just a little bit like concerned about, of how will there be the strategy to beat a Breaking Wheel. So yeah, this is what is very important to see what are going to be their picks.
Yeah, so we're going to see if that Hunter Instinct can come out, especially now that, you know, like you said, we're going to wait and see the flywheel. So pretty standard bans on the side of Liz, but I have to bring out, there's Postman, there's Embalmer, so Ikun's kind of looking to tie things up. I think they want to just be able to get a solid victory here. We do see that they have a main decoder. They also have the Embalmer, which is really good when it comes to just tying things out. And also, you know, if he's away from his coffin for a chase, that's gonna be great. So we are gonna see him kind of have a mirror match up against Zen. So it's gonna be really interesting how BL is gonna turn this around, because Ikun is kind of priming themselves to just to play a safe game here. Just try and go for the Cypher Rush and just go for a tie as much as possible and not give any lead to BL.
Exactly. I totally agree with you, especially with Embalmer right there is definitely they want to get the tie, because the Embalmer can place the coffin anywhere he wants, especially at the gate or at the dungeon. And that could be extremely dangerous, because once the Dream Witch doesn't get any leech, to go from the gate to the dungeon can be a huge path, right? So that's why I think that this is why they're choosing Embalmer, so he can position his coffin wherever he wants.
Yeah, this has to play also to the map, right? It's going to be a huge factor if he's able to create distance with him and his coffin. So chat, we're going to give some more shout outs here. We got some new people here. We've got Joggy already in the audience. We got Alex once again. Ohio's still here. Crowley, Kino, Senya, Lai, Copycat, 3 Uns, as well as people in the chat. We do see, MPLC Simp. We got Kino again. We got any shout outs you want to give out, Soy?
Yes, I definitely want to give a shout out once again to Joki, Kino, and then also to MPLC, and sorry, there are so many guys. Again, Sa or TT, and yes, sorry, but yeah, let's get right into the match.
Here we go, Dream Witch with a Tomi AC. He's gonna run straight into Serpex here, so let's see if he's going to commit to this Acrobat, because the Acrobat can be a tricky chase. We're going to get a slight pause in deduction there, but as we were able to see, the leech did happen over there at the exit. Well, I would say that's the main, the back gate of the map.
Yes.
So it seems like he's going to commit to this Acrobat chase, which I would have to say in that part of the map, you have some pallets to work with, but it's a pretty open area. So, I didn't even see the trait that the Dream Witch brought if it was Patroller or Blink. So it's still gonna be kind of tough because there's not much jump spots or real estates to work with once you're away from the pallet area.
Yes, I like you said, I believe Acrobat definitely not the best area, but he has two balls to deal with.
Right.
However, if he's the embalmer, he will has just to rokai because imagine if you as embalmer you are found with no even a chance to place your coffin, then that is definitely not a good. So the fact that the Acrobat was the one found, I believe is a little bit better than either the embalmer or someone else because Acrobat has a huge kiting potential and can get another third ball after I believe 60 seconds of kite. So I think that is quite good. So overall, I think Acrobat will definitely take this kite around. And in the Dream Witch side, like you said, we didn't really see, but usually it is Patroller, right, Poch? Usually is the most common one.
That's usually the standard, but you know if we do see if Liz wants to surprise everyone and bring a different trait, that could be very welcomed and that could catch Serpex, out of in a bad spot. So I'm excited to see how long he's gonna be kiting here because usually Serpex is not just only the acrobat, but he did bring out Postman. So he's usually relegated as the kiter of the team, so he knows what he's doing.
Yes.
And I think that's what he wanted, right? Because at least the Embalmer is safe. Embalmer can decode in peace, as well as the Postman. The Postman can give a buff to the mercenaries. So Liz is actually going to have to chase this acrobat not in his own time, but he's gonna have to worry about the fast decoding or the cipher rush that this team composition brings to the table.
Plus, the postman can also bring some kiting boost to the acrobat to help him vault faster or just run faster as well. So that's one of the things that the postman is sometimes he's even banned here because he can not only increase the decoding speed, he can also increase the rescuing speed, the vaulting speed, the pallet vaulting, and the window vaulting. And that can be really good for a survivor such as acrobat because they already are very, very, very limber, very fast at kiting. And now with those boosts, even better. And imagine another boost for the embalmer to decode even faster, and then a boost for the forward or the other survivor to rescue faster. So everything becomes speed up when there's a postman in the match. So usually what the hunters do is they will try to ban postman if they know that there's a strong postman main in the team. But also this is one of the things that sometimes they just prefer that they think, no, don't worry, I can get away with the postman, it's just a dog bite, don't worry. But sometimes you need to just focus on what do you want as a hunter. If you just want to counter the decoding or the cipher rush or even the the stunners. So that's why the Dream Witch didn't ban the postman.
Yeah, when it comes to Postman, yeah, those are great points. And usually, and if they don't want to ban the Postman and deal with the Postman, they usually try to go for the Postman to start things off, just so he won't send out those letters. And yeah, they'll deal with the dog bite as long as I'm able to down you and for you to be able to stop giving these buffs left and right. So that's not the case that we saw early in the round. It seems like Liz really wants to commit to this acrobat, which is very scary. I don't know how long Serpex will last. We do see that, yeah, he is going to get leached out already. Serpex ready for a jump to happen. So we're just going to see him go and transition towards that corner house. And we do note that, I believe, is that Blink? Oh, wait, no, it's Patroller.
Ooh, taking the first hit here after vaulting from the pallet and now want to break the pallet. And Dreamwitch is still a little bit stuck here, but still luckily got a leech here waiting for him to either come down or just trying to sandwich here, the sandwich situation that we always used to. But the acrobat knows that and he's just running away from both leeches.
Yeah, he just wants to get away from that setup, right? And he knows that, yeah, if he doesn't know yet if it has Patroller or Blink, but at least he's able to create that distance. And at least what Liz did was able to hit him with the main follower. So the leech is still there, and Serpex can't rest yet. Now we see a drop on the Patroller. The Patroller can just be able to cover so much ground here, and we see that Serpex trying to avoid the Patroller bite, but unable to drop or vault over that pallet. We do see that Liz has to close the distance with the main follower here. So we do see that Serpex, let's see how long he can kite out this Patroller. Can he vault in time to root the hit? No, he will be falling down.
Yes, that was the first one, but just like we're talking, Poch, two ciphers done. So this is the power also of the Cypher Rush with the Postman, like we were saying. He's giving all this boost to everyone and accelerating the Cypher Rush. At the
Right.
same time, Liz is also catching up and putting leech, another leech here for the Acrobat.
And that was a well, almost or around a 5-minute kite. So that was an excellent kite on the Acrobat side. You will be sitting on this rocket chair. Another patroller is going to get dropped here just to stuff the rescue from Dream here, unable to activate the elbow pad in time. And that was actually a canceled elbow pad. So he's going to have to eat this hit. There's still so much distance to cover. He can go for a double hit, but let's see. It seems like Dream still has so much ground to cover here. So excellent stuffing of the rescue here by Liz. He's going to try to go for another hit, and Mercenary will be falling down. Oh.
Yes, definitely very hard for the Mercenary to get the rescue done. And now there's definitely going to have to be another survivor to try to come to rescue, because the Mercenary is in chair. And now Liz is just putting another leech in the middle, going to try to stop this rescue as well. But luckily, the Postman is coming from around the area and just going to welcome him with a hit. Getting the rescue done.
And also able to get the dog bite. So this is actually a great rally back from Ikun. And we do see that Laugh is going to move on over to the pallet. But unfortunately, the blink was available. But it just seems like, yeah, just Dream trying to go for that rescue. And he was kind of stuck in a situation there, getting down right there. We do see that the Postman is going to be dropped down, just so that he's going to get leached up. Acrobat is the main target, because that was the one that was sitting on that rocket chair for a while, and it seems like all of them are going to try to go for this rescue. And Balmer now rescuing the Mercenary. Mercenary can tank a hit here, but it seems like it's that we do see that the Cyphers are still 2, so they've all been trying to rescue as much as possible.
Yes, there's still 2 Cyphers remaining, both of them above 50%, which is actually not too bad for the survivors. But at the same time, we see the situation here. Everyone is injured. There's 3 leeches on the match, on the map, sorry, and the Mercenary is going to fly first. So definitely not looking very good for the survivor side. However, though, Liz is doing a great job just stuffing the chairs and just controlling. And no, you're not really controlling the Cyphers. But you see that the chairs are kind of like positioned in the middle area.
yeah.
So it's actually looking good for Liz at this moment.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, because tried to go bait out the flywheel and unable to bait out a hit. So now Acrobat is falling down. It seems like this might be a 4K situation. And yeah, these Cyphers are stalled at 2. Ikun had a great start, but once Liz provided that pressure and camping, it just seemed like, tried to go for a blink hit, but unable to time it well there, able to flywheel away. So you got to give it up to Ikun for them to be able to just still keep rolling with the punches here. But it seems like Liz, yeah, he's just going to slowly and surely want to get that 4K.
Yeah, and Balmer says the Hunter is also near him. Everyone is with the Hunter on them. It is so easy at this point for Liz to just corner them, sandwich them, and use another blink. And luckily, Balmer already placed his coffin somewhere else. Yeah, so he might be able to get dungeon, but it's gonna be very difficult Poch, because it is a full presence Drain Witch after all.
Yeah, and looking at the survivor skills, there's not much they have to offer here. Acrobat still has to build up that fireball. We do see that the Embalmer's already resurrecting himself. Serpex was so close to popping a Cypher, but it wasn't close to happening. We do see that the Embalmer is already up. Main body is going to reposition himself to get into the middle of this map, just so that he can go for that Acrobat and Embalmer at the same time. It seems like, you know what? Ikun really just trying their best to stay alive in this match and try to make it real hard for Liz. They're saying, if you want your 4K, you're going to have to earn it. We're going to keep surviving as long as possible, even though the Dream Witch has already been fully fed, and these 2 Cyphers have not popped just soon. But nice jump there on the side of Serpex.
Yes, amazing ball right there, avoiding the normal hit, and now like you said, making Liz fight for it. So it is something beautiful about seeing the survivors just fighting back too until the very end. And this is what a survivor team usually does. Like they're just stick to each other. And now you see they're just trying to not. I guess they were just also trying to just not. Ooh, nice pallet stand. coming
you
in.
gotta give it
And
up to Ikun here. They really are just making him work till the very end. He's gotta earn this 4K if he wants to be able to solidify it. So now, JNTM here, just hanging out in the corner here. We do know, I think the Acrobat already. I'm not sure if he used up the self heal already, but this is gonna be a tough situation. 2 ciphers still remaining, 2 survivors here, and 2 followers. And now Embalmer getting the flywheel right on time, just extending it just a little bit, trying to juke back and forth, but the charged up hit will down this Embalmer. And Liz is just going to clean up shop here as he chairs Embalmer and then works his way towards the Acrobat.
yes, Acrobat is just utilized already, and now going to just chair him on the closest chair near the graveyard, and it's going to be a GG's for Liz and getting an all kill on his first round. This is definitely huge because the first match we saw a 3-man kill, but this is a 4-man K. So as you know, Poch, this definitely puts BL on the lead.
Yes. And we saw how well, I think it was also pronounced how Liz managed that match, just changing targets, being able to position his followers left and right. And the survivors did a great job. I mean, that was an excellent early kite by the Acrobat. Bought so much time. You saw, I think we saw it firsthand how the Postman, in 5 minutes, we already saw like about 3 cipher. Well, there were 3 ciphers remaining. One was about to pop already. And once it reached that 2 cipher mark, that's when we saw the Dream Witch really come online with how well Liz was able to multitask, stuff rescues here and there. And this is why we talked to Eli also backstage. This is why the Dream Witch is one of the best hunters out there. It's because you can manage so much and spread yourself out so well with just excellent placement of the followers and also the main body.
Yes, and also Liz using the blink at the most unpredictable moment. He actually used it quite early on, and that was like so confident, but because he only used Patroller once, and after that everything was blink after blink after blink. So it's one of the things that we have to see from Liz, that he's very confident with his changing trait for his trump card. And gonna go to look at the stats a little
for
bit.
it.
There is going to be the longest kite was from the Acrobat, 140 seconds, and for being the one that got found first, that's actually a very long time, because usually when you are found first, you can only kite for 60 seconds to 70 seconds on average, but being able to kite for 140 seconds, that is really amazing. So a lot of kudos to Ikun for putting on a fight. You guys did very great in this first round, but don't worry, there's still more rounds to come, and definitely looking forward to see what else can Ikun bring to the table.
Hey, like you said about TMX, I believe the same in Ikun, that they're maybe, slow starters, diesel engine start, because they're in it for the marathon here. And the point differential isn't too big. It's 6-3. Zen did a great job at the start. Liz with the Dream Witch mirror match, able to get the 4-person kill. That's why it's 6-3. So let's hope and let's see how Ikun's gonna manage round number 2. So I want you guys to spam a lot of basketballs in the chat and give them your support, because they need it now more than ever coming into round number 2, because BL here, if they win this round number 2, they will be advancing advancing in the group stage, that is, since them and GH will be the ones leading in points. They will still face each other, but yeah, Ikun, it's so scary to be in their position now, because this is a make or break for them.
Yes, definitely make it or break it. So this is going to be a very, very tough game for Ikun coming in. And now everything will go back to Zeno hands, literally, because he definitely will have to bring his second best hunter that he got out there. And we don't know the map yet, but I believe that this is since they're obviously going to ban his Dream Witch, then he's definitely going to bring could bring a strong hunter such as Nayad, which we might see Wax Artist, but do you think it's a bit risky for the second round?
For which hunter though? For Zen or for Liz?
For Zen.
For Zen, it might be a little risky. I mean, I'm just a fan of his classics. I'm a fan of his geisha.
That's true.
I'd love to see that. On Liz's side, though, we did see that he is, his hunter stats, he does have a Wax Artist. So maybe safe to say we can expect Wax Artist on Liz's side. But on Zen's side, maybe he has a pocket Wax Artist, not sure. But he's definitely going to try to duplicate that same type of performance that he did previously, or even more, right? And he can do that with a geisha. I believe in his geisha. His Nayad, he did bring it out with Noir. However, I feel like in this situation, if your name's not YMM and you bring out Nayad, the 4K is not a guarantee. So I think if that's gonna be the case, he has to be very careful if he does bring that out. So I'm excited to see how that's gonna play out.
Yes, definitely. We see a little change here. BL Chapha will come in replacement of BL Panda. So that is a new a new change here, a little exchange maybe to refreshen things up for the BL side. But like you were saying, unless you're YMM, that's so funny actually because YMM was known for being a Thai hunter until he started using Nayad on IVL recently. So and he became an all
secret
kill.
high key hunter, not low key hunter. She's high key. She's out there. I know a lot of Nayad mains in the chat, and a lot of love for Nayad. So hopefully we'll see some Nayad. Just I'm really nervous if Zen brings her out because it wasn't so well when he brought it out in the previous match. So we'll just see. I'm just glad if we do see a Nayad. But like you said, we are going to see a little switch up on BL side since there was a swap. And Chapa coming in from the prelim finals. So Chapa in the team lineup, not sure what badges he has, but he did bring out a forward and a postman. So a stunner as well as a support character. We have yet to see how well they're gonna play out because if they're replacing Panda, so I think since Panda is the main stunner of the group, I guess they want to have him as postman maybe, or have Chapa maybe play postman and also play stunner if the postman does not get banned.
Yes, I think the fact that they can change one is also because they just want to. This is also a way that they can give more chance for the other teammates to warm up and maybe have more experience. Because I believe this tournament will also give both Hunter and Survivor a lot of experience. And experience is something you cannot just learn in one day. You need to do it, learn it, go back, train, and then do it again. And then it's just a very long process, Podge. So this is why the tournaments like this exist. So we can see the full display of Hunter and Survivors that they can just come into play. And so much respect for all of you guys that are like participating, and definitely so happy to see that so many people also supporting these teams.
Yeah, it's we have to give respect to the players out here. You know what? Just even I would say qualifying or even just trying to just try out, right? Because we've seen there's been a lot of teams that tried out for IVC. We're only seeing the prelim finals, the group stage, as well as the finals, but it was a bloodbath before that, and you just got to give it up to all the teams that tried their best here, because that's the only way you can learn, right? Just through experience. So big shout outs to all the players. We are going to see Lakeside Village now picked by Ikun. So considering this map and also Zen's lineup, Geisha can work here.
Yes.
But I mean, also Nayad. I mean, we saw 4K yesterday, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just asking for Nayad. But I'm guessing they picked this also to, I would say, kind of counter Liz. Because Liz, I mean, I don't know if they're going to bring out Pollen, but has the Sculptor, has a BQ. I guess they want to add more distance and add that unfamiliarity, because we rarely see Lakeside Village in IVC.
Yes, that's so true. Lakeside Village is definitely one of the maps that are not frequently picked. So the fact that they are very confident about this map, I definitely think is a message to Liz, because they know that he can play so many hunters, and he even ranks in China server as far as I know. So that's why they know they probably want to they probably want to force him to bring out something that he's not as familiar, maybe with Nayad. I think they want to make him play Nayad, since Nayad has become quite popular recently. So maybe they're aiming for that, because I really don't think Liz will bring Breaking Wheel, because you usually bring Breaking Wheel in the first round when you feel confident about it and everything. But Liz, at this point, I don't think he needs to aim for an all kill. You know what I mean? So that's why I think that he's not gonna go for Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors why, right? You mentioned a couple of them. I'll mention more. Lakeside being a tough... Well, I mean, there's a lot of open spaces, but it's going to be tough if you're in the little boat or in any of the boats. And also Flywheel, right? That's we saw how effective it is. And I don't know if any of the hunters want to be made a clip of with how well the Flywheel is up against the Breaking Wheel. So I think they're going to have to reach in deeper. So it's not just IBC that's facing this change, ladies and gentlemen. It also, if you guys are tuning into IVL, the hunters there are also just trying their best to counter this flywheeler, just trying to. I don't think they even want to face it at this point because they're not even considering bringing out Pollen, and they're hoping that they're able to bait out the flywheel from coming out. So it's just one of the things you gotta love and also kind of work with the game, because Identity 5 is always an ever-changing game, and it's always introducing new mechanics, new characters into the mix. And actually, so I never got your take on this. What do you think of the Antiquarian?
Ooh, Antiquarian. I love it. I love TC. I think she is a very strong character, and I've seen some people play it already, such as Soldier Gaming, Zeus, Eli, Psyche, Problems. A lot of them they're already trying this new Survivor, and one of the things I've seen is that they usually stun right after they get rescued from the chair. They will just stun the hunter immediately 2 times, 1 and 2. And since it's a short stun, but it can really be detrimental for the hunter, because once you stun, you cannot use your skill for 2 seconds. So that can definitely affect the hunter. So that's one of the things that I really like about TC, that she is, she's not as aggressive as Forward, but she is just the way they have done it. It's just perfect, I think.
Yeah, I would also like to mention, the great jump spots that she has through pallets. It's not as far, her jump isn't as far as Acrobat, but she's got tricky jump spots in Arms Factory that I saw some highlight videos on. So big shout outs to all the content creators out there, just being able to cover a lot and show us some tech. And also, yeah, do follow your favorite content creators and support them in this game. So we're going to head once again to the picks and bans as we see how BL is going to try to hold on to their lead, or see how Ikun will be able to still fight back here. So we do see a standard ban on the Seer and Forward, allowing the Priestess to come through as well as Mercenary. But in BL side, let's see if they're going to try and opt for that strategy, or go maybe Psychologist again. No, Seer Acrobat. So they want to go for a support heavy lineup to start things off.
Yes, a support heavy lineup is very safe, because BL is kind of like not feeling that much pressure, and not as much as Zeno. So that's why they feel a little bit like, oh, okay, we just want to go with our conventional lineup and just Mercenary, a tough guy, and then Acrobat following up. The next survivor that they will need is either a decoder, or also someone that can shorten the distance between the ciphers. And by that I mean, okay, Psychologist. I was gonna say maybe
the distance
Prisoners.
between healing, so you're still onto something there, Soy. So it seems like they're very into the Psychologist meta, which you can't blame them, because Psychologist has been really making waves ever since she did come out. Banning the Postman is good on Zen's side, so he did see that Postman can force hunters into uncomfortable situations when it comes to chasing down survivors. So we're gonna see what the last one's gonna be. It seems like a Patient is gonna be coming inbound, which there's a lot of good jump spot and grappling hook spots for a Patient to latch onto here. A lot of trees, a lot of different elevations when you reach that boat. So especially if you have the 2 lovers here, you can actually use that connection just to have that speed boost. So all eyes on Zen, and it seems like Geisha's coming in.
Ooh, I think he hurt you, Poch, because you were like very, very excited about seeing his Geisha, especially Zeno's Geisha. There's something special about his Geisha, because we have seen it in Moonlit before, but we haven't really seen Zeno's Geisha in Lakeside yet. So that is something to look forward to, guys, because Zeno's Geisha's butterflies are always on point, and we can always learn so much by just watching these gameplays and enjoying the way these main hunters have mastered the Geisha butterflies. And it's something that requires a lot of time and a lot of energy, and this is what we see, guys, here, the result of all the hard work and all the time spent in perfecting their mates.
Yeah, perfecting their technique, perfecting their strategies. We're gonna see that culminate. Also on BL side, right? They are the ones who are kind of favored, because they were the ones that represent us along with GH. So if Ikun can get a victory over BL, that is going to be huge on their side. So for anything else, once again, for you guys joining us now, big shout outs. Oh, Chocho's in the chat. What's going on? We got Chad. Oh, Chad likes pasta. I haven't seen you in a while. We got Kino. We got Reina. We got a lot of people showing some love and more love to Lakeside. I don't know. It's not the most favorable map, but I mean, I'm okay with Lakeside. I'm not a fan of Leo's Memory, but what about you, Soy? Do you like Lakeside?
I like Lakeside because of the boat. You can kite forever in the big boat as a patient or as a priestess, or a lot of hunters try to avoid going to the big boat because it is a very kiteable area for the survivors, and usually they can loop the hunter around. So this is what I like the Lakeside. And the only thing I don't like is that sometimes it's just too big, and when your teammate is chair at the main gate and then you are decoding at shore or decoding at big boat, sometimes you have to sell your teammate even though you don't want to, but the hunter forces you because usually in this map hunters will bring control freak, which means that the chair will just fly faster, and this is the pressure that I believe Zeno is going to put on the survivors. The distance, they're going to take advantage of that because he has no problem in circulating around this map. He can just use the butterfly and dash to anywhere, but the survivors cannot. So this is something that we'll see.
Sorry, I'm just looking at chat and they're not the biggest fans of Lakeside. Hey, I don't know. I mean, Lakeside, a bit between Lakeside and Leo's, I pick Lakeside. I mean, you gotta love the lore too. I think of Lakeside, even though I mean you're technically on a beach. But let's head into Lakeside Village, ladies and gentlemen. Soy Milk and Posh Spice giving you the action here. We're gonna see a Jack spawn on the side of Zen, who's running straight towards the big boat where Chappa and Rem are located in. So let's see if he can build up his presence here. Chappa just hiding around in the vicinity while it seems like he's already making a hard right to try and go for the other two survivors of BL that are spread out in the map. And it seems like he's going to go for Mini Blue, the acrobat.
Yes, nice bomb there. And now Zeno is just looking around whether there's another juicier target, but no having to commit to this acrobat early game. In this 11 pallet area is actually something that he cannot avoid. He needs to, as a geisha, you need to get your first hit very fast. You need to get your presence fast. And
did you see that sequence there? Butterfly and then moved right away, and he couldn't get a hit. And now it is the psychologist Rem that will eat that hit. I love that Rem kind of cut, Zen kind of cut his losses. He's like, all right, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this acrobat. And it seems like Ren just dropping down, kind of falling right into Zen's trap here, able to get the second hit. So Rem in deep trouble here if Zen can down the psychologist, because a psychologist rebound kite would be real tough. So now Zen trying to cut corners here, just setting butterfly traps here just to make sure that he's gonna cut corners and try and trap Rem in this boat. Zen, Rem, it's confusing to me.
Yes, Zen just missed a butterfly right there and can kind of bought him so much time now for Ram because he missed a crucial butterfly that was going to allow to shorten the distance, but now you see how Ram is just going to looking around. This is one of the most scariest part for a hunter right here. He's going to go again, and nice Maggie right there. Then the psychologist will go down right here, and it's only 2 minutes in the match, and he's already almost one cipher done, 1.5 ciphers done.
Yeah, we have 3 ciphers remaining, and now at least Zen is able to get the basement. So it was actually a real risk for Rem to continue kiting in big boat area, even though he's doing a great job. Now it's gonna be tough for them for Mini Blue to go for this rescue. He is just giving out that detention, that tinnitus here. He now drops down. Acrobat now forced to make this rescue happen. Luckily, he does have Tide Turner and also has a slow ball here to at least just get Rem out of this situation. But unfortunately that we see that Rem has to eat that hit. Now Zen forced to go up, breaking line of sight from that acrobat, but the objective was done at least. Oh my god, he's gonna go for another hit on the acrobat. So now Zen being very proactive here. I think he's gonna try and cut his losses and just focus on Rem at this point.
Yes, if he loses Rem, it will be detrimental for Zen because as a geisha, you need to farm the survivor. And now Mini Blue coming in, trying to distract Zeno from the main target. And this is something the survivors have mastered at this point, distracting the hunter and getting the hunter attention towards what they want.
So
and now,
I think, what you said might be happening. He's looking for Rem. Luckily, I think he knows where Rem is, because that would be really tough if he did lose him. At least Rem putting himself in a really far part of this map, allowing the acrobat to safely move away. 2 ciphers, 1 cipher will remain, so it seems like a winnable situation on the side of BL, but you know what, Zen with a good placed terror shock, a good camping, or the proactiveness of him going for the teleport, tried to go for a butterfly, but actually created a little more distance than he wanted to. Mini Blue here, able to just hold on to this bomb. Can he go for just the kite for as long as he can, while Patient does go for that last cipher? Oh my gosh, Soy.
This is so exciting because at this point now the acrobat is gonna take the hit, and now the psychologist is still with Titan on. We just fly away from Zen, and this is something that Geisha cannot really risk anything because he needs to at least get one survivor on the chair right now to put the pressure on the survivors.
Yeah, so it seems like now Patient is gonna, the one who is working on a cipher will be lit up with that wanted order. Potato in the boat here, getting primed for that rescue. It seems like Zen overextending himself there, losing the psychologist. I think he had to play it that way. He wanted to be able to consider going for another target to be able to just play a little more aggressively, but BL
The
rallying back
rescue.
real quick, and the rescue is about to happen.
Nice rescue before half. Now taking a normal hit, but still now the machine is gonna be primed, so it's gonna be enough. Will be enough for it. They're gonna just pop it or just wait for a second. Or they just go for the pop, and now avoiding the pallet, going to kite in this ocean area in the shore, and now using a beautiful ball there to just buy some distance. And Zeno, it just feels has to commit to the acrobat, taking a normal hit with detention and going to put him to his second chair. At the same time, the teleport is still 5 seconds.
Yep.
Yes.
So we do note that this is the second chair. You did call that it was the rescue that did happen. So just teleporting right away. Can he get any hits on any survivors? No. And Potato here is going to be going for the rescue. There is detention. BL hasn't left the map just yet, so this rescue can happen. But the rebound kite is going to have to be insane. We do see that the Geisha here is very pronounced when it comes to just closing out distance for her to be able to cover so much ground. So we do see that the psychologist is trying to heal up here. So let's see how long this is going to happen. I feel like, yes, the mercenary is going to get healed up. We are going to see Zen try to camp out this front gate. But now Mini Blue sees the scratch marks on the floor, trying to go for a hit within the pallet here. But Mini Blue is still playing the mind games around this area.
Yes, now it's gonna second hit now. Acrobat will definitely fly by giving enough time because dungeon is all the way in the two ciphers area. And now definitely going to buy some extra time for the mercenary to just go for the dungeon. And just like you said, there's still detention. So even though they heal up, I mean, it's just a little bit still risky, you know what I mean? Because still a geisha with detention. Oh, and actually not going for the dungeon, going straight for the gate.
Yeah.
Like
So-
like they planned. Yeah.
Yeah, it's healing up the mercenary for him to be able to tank a detention hit just for the potential dungeon. But I think he had enough time to just cross
Yes.
the cornfield gate. So that was I would have to say that was a quick thinking on the side of the survivors for them to be able to kite for that long. I think Mini Blue again. If we're gonna be looking for MVP survivors, he's definitely one of them. He frustrated Zen enough to actually change and go for the psychologist, which was Ram. And Ram, you know what? The psychologist can just tank those hits, and afterwards he will fall down. And you know what? Mini Blue not only kiting but also getting an excellent rescue on the side of for his teammates. So that was well executed on the survivor side, getting themselves 3 points.
Yes, it was so close when he almost lost psychologist, and now and then we all believe he lost it because from his camera angle we cannot see ourselves psychologists, but Zeno saw it. He has the eagle eye to follow the
High graphics, yeah.
Yes.
I see some stars floating on the sea there. Oh, it is the psychologist for
It is
sure.
psychologist, yes.
So talk us through the match stats here, Soy.
Oh yeah, there's going to be here the longest kite again for Mini Blue, 130 seconds. Amazing, amazing. Of course, because like we said, the moment that he teleport away, I think also because the geisha might have brought quenching effect, so he can see the survivors, and he felt like, you know what, this acrobat is gonna buy so much time in this area with the balls and everything, so I just have to move away. But at the same time, you know, psychologists can take more than one hit, and also the crucial thing that happened here was when Zeno missed a butterfly that he placed through the boat. He wanted to go through the boat, and now and instead of going that, he went to the other butterfly. So it's one of the things with geisha that once you put two butterflies, sometimes according to the camera angle, it would just be either left or right, and you cannot really control that sometimes. So this is what happened, and I've seen this happen also to top teams like GG, PPCA, and to Xon. It happened many times as well. So that's why this is one of the risky things of playing geisha. The butterfly, sometimes it just doesn't work the way that you want. So that could be a little bit scary as a hunter, that you miss that tempo, you meet the butterfly, and now the survivor can just loop you in their favorite area, in their favorite hiding area. So
Yeah,
I think
it happens to
believe
the
that's what
best,
happened.
right? So
Yes.
for that to happen to Zen, it could happen to anyone. So big shout outs to Zen still bringing out his signature geisha. And a lot of people in the chat saying he was playing it risky, but he really wanted to go for more kills, right? So he really wanted to down that acrobat, which was Mini Blue, kind of giving time for Rem to kind of recover and move at the side of the boat there. That did buy enough time for him to be able to go for the acrobat. So it was a well fought battle on Zen's side, but we got to give props to the survivor side of BL. They played it very well. I mean, we didn't even see the patient. The patient was just the main decoder of that. It was really the highlight of the mercenary with a backdoor rescue to be able to just for the end game for him to be able to prolong the acrobat, and also the excellent kite of Ram just capitalizing on that situation of the butterfly not being the most optimal butterfly to go to, like you said, when Zen was trying to cut off the route of Rem inside the boat. So it's a tough battle. Now we're gonna have to shift on over to Ikun survivors because they're the ones that need to keep this going because they need to get 3 points and above for them to be able to see round number 3.
Yes, they definitely need to bring out the best strategy to go against Liz, because Liz in this map is actually he's quite familiar playing here. He can definitely easily bring a breaking wheel, but we talk about this, so I think he probably doesn't need to bring breaking wheel. So we might see something new, maybe a wax artist. I mean, new for us, but not new for him because he plays these hunters. So yeah, wax artist or Nayad Podge. So definitely looking forward to see whether he can bring those, because I'm sure he plays those. He ranks in China server, like I said before. So yeah, he knows these hunters really well. And since nowadays the meta is flywheel, these two hunters are known for kind of countering flywheel, especially wax artists with the wax, the hot wax. They can definitely delay the flywheel and also bait it out. So when the hunter just baits the flywheel, the survivors will use it and then to force like an early swing. But sometimes the hunters just know that and they will just get the hit. So that's very interesting to see whether he can counter also the flywheel.
Yeah, and those two hunters actually they fit well into the win condition of BL because Liz doesn't have to go for a 4K. If he goes for a tie, they would win this match. Survivors have already gave enough points for them to win round number 2 for BL side. So this is a really tough battle that Ikun survivors are gonna have to face since this is their last match, and I'm pretty sure every one of the Ikun fans out there that's watching want to see more of Ikun. So now is the time for you guys to spam those basketball emojis in the chat for you guys to give your energy and your support, because the condition is clear for BL. They just need to tie this game. Liz just needs to get a minimum of 2 survivors out, and they immediately advance in the group stage here to tie up with GH. But on Ikun's side, 3 survivors. That's the minimum they need for them to tie out round number 2, for them to see a 3rd round. So that's a tough situation to be in, Soy. So hopefully, you know, everyone watching can give their energy and their strength to Ikun because they definitely need it.
Yes, definitely. It is very tough, but it's not impossible. So like we saw right now in the few matches, yeah, sometimes the survivors can just manage to force the hunter to change target, and that is one of the things that the survivors definitely need to time it, because of course the hunters know what they want, but at the same time he also wants to get more pressure. So it is like that type of situation that you know what's going to happen, but sometimes you also cannot avoid it.
Yeah, you can slowly see it's like a slow car crash. It's like you can't avoid it. It's still going to happen. And then you see it play out in front of you. And you can only try to brace for impact if ever it is going to happen. So we'll see. I think Ikun, you know what? Like you said, it's a tough spot, but it's not impossible, right? They can do it. They just need to draft correctly. It's tough because if you think about it, let's talk on Liz's side. You know what? A lot of hunters, like you said, also ranks in China server. He has his fair share of picks here when it comes to hunters because he just needs to tie things out. So that kind of opens up his options here to even go for non-conventional hunters if he just wants to opt for just a tie game.
Yeah, actually, I'm talking about Liz. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings Bonbon because his
Right?
guard 26 Bonbon is actually very strong as well. And we have seen Bonbon in this map. It's actually not bad at all because once you get your first survivor, then you just stop the rescue, and it's all about getting that camping game on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that Bonbon does quite well
Yeah.
in this map because sometimes they just cannot make it for the early before have rescue, and they will just have to sell. So yes, definitely a very tough hunter to play against. And also, last but not least, Poch, I wanted to tell you about the clerk. We have seen recently in IVL clerk being utilized in this map particularly by Dong Xuan, and his clerk was amazing because he brought up like three what's the name, like when you record three recordings at the same time. He put three recordings one after another, and I was just like so amazing because it is so hard to do that as a clerk. You need to time it well, you need to position your finger very fast, and he did it, and he got the win against wolves like that. So that is very scary, Poch, definitely.
Yeah, if we talk about Clark, there's no tram here to save them. Unlike the shout outs to Mad Penguins for showing us a little bit of trick on how to be able to extend the kite from Clark. But he could go for that, and they could. Explorer is also another one. I know you're a big fan of Explorer, and in this map, there's a lot of grassy patches for him to hide. So that's definitely a hunter that Liz can opt for. Let's revisit the Bonbon because that's something that he can also play to his strengths because Ikun can't afford more than 2 survivors out of this game. So when you mentioned the camping game of Bonbon and Liz, that's a recipe for disaster for any survivor team. So he can go for Bonbon, just heavily tunnel the first survivor, camp it out because they need to go for more. They can't afford to be able to just sell a survivor right off the bat. So it's going to be tough because it seems like Liz has more to choose from compared to Ikun.
Yes, exactly. Bonbon usually will bring a same as Geisha also a quenching effect, which you able to see the survivors, all the survivors after 50 seconds, and also he can pick up his ideal target, and then definitely also control freak, so he can speed up the chair. So and detention is a must nowadays because Bonbon with detention we see it more often than before because in before Poch we really don't really see Bonbon with detention, but nowadays it's a must. So if Liz brings Bonbon, I believe he's gonna bring detention. Yes.
Yeah, I think especially if he wants to opt for that Kai, right? And just focus on just chasing one survivor, Bonbon blink down right away, camp it out. All right, if you're gonna wait for the pop cipher, I could still go for go for a detention hit. So that can be possible, but.
Yeah, I read like Jogi sent us a message, but he asked like Poch and Soy, who's your all-time favorite team from any server?
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, that's a good. Well, I was a big fan of FPXEQ, then they broke up. So I'm for Weibo now since most of the survivors are there, but I gotta love GR too. I was talking to Soy that we're both GR fans too.
Yes, well now the Weibo, like you said, Weibo is FPXQ 2.0 because they changed.
Yeah, that's true.
Sides. Yeah, I'm a
more
big fan
that,
of GR
yeah.
too. We're
More on
gonna talk
in a
about
bit.
that later.
Yeah, I like that question, but let's talk about the picks and bans.
Definitely. We see first 4 and Seer bans coming in from BL's side, and they banned his wax artist out of the bat, and I think they were expecting also this hunter in this map because it can be very strong and counter the flywheel. I think that's why they banned it.
Is that an IAD ban? I don't know. I think it's I'm not sure.
Wax artist.
Okay, wax artist. Great. So we're
yeah,
gonna.
you might be right, but actually, yes. So sorry.
Can't see
yes,
because there's a red streak, so not sure. But like you said, Bonbon might be coming out. But looking at the survivor side, we got Toy Merchant, you got Priestess, you got Acrobat, you also got a Mercenary. So a lot of hard chase targets, but depending on where the Toy Merchant is at, right? If you catch her like out in the open, just setting up her catapult, yeah, that could be an easy down. But so Laugh is gonna have to be very careful, or whoever's gonna use it, which is JNTM, my bad, on the Toy Merchant side. So we'll see, because like you said, Liz on this Bonbon is kind of scary.
Yes, Toy Merchant is, yeah, Liz Bomb definitely is scary, but I was gonna say about the Toy Merchant in this map, it works perfectly well because of all those catapult placements, and you can just fly out of the boat, and that can help you so much. It can even get the dungeon just flying out of the boat, and just if the
Right.
dungeon happens to be close. So yeah, Toy Merchant pick here is very strong. And then the bands like we saw definitely countering the postman again. They don't want to see those boosted survivors. But yeah, Bon Bon here, I believe he's definitely going to bring the tension, like we said before. And with if he does bring quenching effect, he could be able to choose his ideal survivor to yes
To down, yeah.
to down. Yes.
At least if he doesn't find the best possible target. Um, yeah, it seems like Liz is in a good spot to pick Bon Bon. Depending on what kind of build, we both agree that detention is going to come in. Not sure if he can find space or trump card. If he's going to bring trump card, we're going to see how well. It really depends also on how well he is, how confident he is. And like you said, so if you say ranks in China server and he's known as and he's very feared as a bonbon, it's gonna be tough for Ikun. But you also have to admit these survivors, it's pretty well rounded. You know, you got really good transitional
Yeah.
kiters. You also have just the added priestess as well as the catapult of the toy merchant that could add so much mobility. So we're just gonna have to see and find out how Ikun will try and survive this bonbon.
Let's go. Firstly, the spawn for Bonbon is going to be at the middle of the map, going for the two cipher area or the 11 area, how they like to call it, and definitely going to try to find the ideal target. Is the toy merchant, and
Toy
there's two
merchant's
survivors there. Yeah, and also
Zerpex
priestess
is actually
hiding a little
there.
bit.
It's the priestess, yeah. So it seems like he's going for an insolence. So insolence build, like a snowflake build.
Wow.
He's not gonna bring detention, so he's really confident in his early chase. He just wants that early presence, and now it seems like Serpex will have to take this first kite. So yeah, just the confidence in him bringing this type of build. He does not want to just tie. He wants to be able to win this.
Very interesting. Instead of going away, he just go for the toy merchant. I believe for putting the taking the catapult soon maybe, and putting a very nice portal. Ooh, that was so close. I could have been a terror shock to be honest. But now putting those pallets down again, and now the two bombs, chain bomb, amazing from Liz coming in, and now like I said, taking the catapult right out of the bat, and now transitioning away.
Yeah, he just needs to get out of that area because, I mean, Liz's bombs have been so on point. Just the two bomb placement, how he's able to set it up, and now able to try and go for a hit, but luckily the Holy Key was ready. It seems like Serpex is put in a tough spot, and now, Soy, like you said, the camping game begins.
Yes, this is the strong point of Bombo, and it's only been 1.5 minutes in the game, and there's already a cipher that's gonna be harassed and a chair that's gonna be kind of like forcing the toy merchant to either move away or just do an early rescue. But against a Bonbon, a toy merchant doesn't really have much to work with, so that's why I believe that she's just going to just run away, and now the mercenary that has sight going to go for the rescue.
Yeah, so he did a great job. He chased away the toy merchant from her cipher and now forcing the mercenary out of cipher progress here. So Liz is doing a great job. Actually, it seems like there's going to be two survivors
Double.
in this for the rescue. It seems
Double
like the mercenary
rescue.
will distract here, but it seems like also, can they make it before the halfway mark? They actually do, and now Serpex able to escape through the big rock.
Beautiful coordination there. Mercenary using the yes, he definitely took a hit there. Gonna go down eventually, but now it's all about the priestess. How can she kite here and then maybe use a portal? Nice, beautiful portal there. Only one bomb away though, so it's very dangerous
Yeah.
still, Potch.
So yeah, he's able to just establish that distance, but right as he was transitioning towards the ramp area, Liz was able to snipe out the priestess. Now second time on the rocket chair, have a slightly injured acrobat while the mercenary is down. Toy merchant is the only one that is decoding, so Liz is doing a great job just camping things out. The double rescue was actually great. Mercenary able to get that rescue. Acrobat didn't really come online. I don't know if Liz even spotted that the Acrobat was there, but he was just there to try and support. But it seems like they might actually bid this priestess goodbye, while Liz will go for another target while he spots out Dream.
Oh, Dream is going to be a very tough situation because the fact that they didn't rescue the priestess was because they don't want to get any more injuries. But now
Yes.
the mercenary being forced to kite, definitely putting
Oh.
taking the normal hit, normal bomb, but now the final remote control bomb will down him in this area, which actually not too bad because there's no ciphers here. Only the closest one will be the one in the hut. So
Yeah.
this is actually not too bad because he can definitely sit on the chair quite a bit. That is
Yes.
one of the things.
The plus side for Bonbon here is that it's away from other ciphers, so he knows that there's no one going for this rescue. It seems like the toy merchant might, because they really have to go for that rescue. If this mercenary flies away, Liz will have to. Liz will secure the spot for their team, able to hit him out of the air, and it seems like she's gonna start throwing some bombs. No, teleports right away to stuff any rescue attempts from the toy merchant. So what a play on the side of Liz. One more hit on this toy merchant, and that is a successful stuffed rescue, and the toy merchant is down.
Yes, that hit in the air was what made it all here for Liz, and now it's going to be up to the acrobat how long can he survive. Maybe try to aim for a dungeon at this point, but it's very difficult because Toy Merchant is going to take a while to bleed out, and I don't think he can do much at this point, Poch.
Yeah, it could be a bleed out strat. Well, we're just going to see. The Acrobat's still trying to force this rescue to happen. Mercenary's still trying to stay in that rocket chair. Can he make it happen? No, able to stuff him from getting the rescue going. Toy Merchant now is going to pop up. That was a great effort on the side of the Acrobat, just milliseconds away from saving that Mercenary. But unfortunately for them, Liz was ready for that. And Liz already securing himself and the team the spot in the group stage here. Like, they are able to tie themselves up with GH. So GG's, but we're still going to play it out because Liz wants more survivors and more points.
Yes, Liz is going for a no kill at this point, and now the JNTM, the toy merchant, is just walking here, but then Liz already spotted him, and now just going to go for the. We will see whether he just wants to bomb him or just. I think he would just bomb him at this point, and now using the normal window bolt here and buying some extra time. There's really no chance for dungeon because you see the acrobat is still on chair for a little bit, and now putting a catapult, that's quite interesting. But bombing the catapult and that's normally hit right there. Wow, GG's for both teams, but definitely winner for BL.
Yeah, you got to give it up to Ikun. They fought till the very end. They didn't hear any bell ringing, and they kept swinging the entire way. So, guys, I want to give your love and support to Ikun. But GG's will go out to BL. Liz going above and beyond what we expected, because we were expecting him to just be contented with a tie. Like, bring a detention build, bring a safe build. But no, he was... Actually, so what really impressed me was his bomb placements, because they were really on point, able to snipe out the priestess, forcing her to transition away from the 11 spot in the small boat area. And yeah, he played that really well. So that's another hunter that you have to add in the resume of Liz that you have to worry about and probably ban as the games go along.
Yes, Liz Bonbon, very scary in this map as well. Because of the distance, you saw how he pushed the survivors to move away from the ciphers, pushing for that rescues. And even though it was a double rescue, he still focused on the main target. So this is one of the things that Liz does really well. He knows how to mind game the survivors, to use all the resources, move away from the ciphers. And this is one of the things. And even, I was very impressed, Poch, for the toy merchant in the air hit.
Yeah.
That was so scary.
He just knew the hitbox of Bonbon kind of goes over his head, and he's able to hit the toy merchant as she was gliding down. So for those fighting game enthusiasts out there, his anti-airs were on point, able to just snipe her out of the air and down her. And there were a lot of highlights, I would have to say, on Liz's side. But I mean, looking at Ikun survivors, they really had the makings of, a great support lineup. They even tried their best to go in a 2-person rescue when the priestess was down. It was just very unfortunate that the placement chased away the toy merchant from her original cipher, forcing the mercenary, who was probably in the crab shack or in the beach area, just forcing him to use an elbow pad to close out the distance, and also having the acrobat kind of also go for support just in case they need it. So he really played that game well, and the decision-making on Liz's side was just so good, especially in dropping the bombs.
Yes, and now we're going to see some of the match stats right here coming out of the bat. It's going to be the Priestess Kite, 83 seconds, the longest kite. and what the acrobat was decoding for 213%. That was a long decoding process. And even though he went for the rescue, he still went back to decode. So he did his task completely from the beginning to the end. It's just that Bon Bon was definitely putting so much pressure for everyone, not letting the toy merchant decode in peace. Like, he just literally forced her out of the first machine and then forced her out of her second machine, and that was just too extreme because Priestess decided to kite really close where the toy merchant was, and even though she used the catapult, it kind of led her to where the toy merchant was on her second cipher. So that was just really a lot of pressure from the beginning to the end here. Liz, very strong hunter overall.
Yeah, that sequence there actually, in the long run, really paid off for Liz. So he was able to set up that pressure early on for him to get a flawless performance in today's matches. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, a 14-4 on the side of BL. But you know what? Props to Ikun for sticking it out. We are going to award our best deduction, or MVP. It's going to go to none other than Liz over here with that Bon Bon. Yeah, his Bon Bon played flawlessly tonight. That was excellent, the way he was able to trap the survivors, counter any of the attempts on kiting, and able to stuff. Well, he didn't stuff the rescue, but he was able to injure the mercenary enough for a double down situation. So, yeah, kudos go out to Liz.
Yes, for elimination in average, that is actually quite scary for any hunter. It reminds me of the stats for Dong Xuan, one of the, if not the best hunter in China server. Very scary. They have this really, really high kill rate that can definitely, as a survivor main, can definitely scare you a lot. So this is the type of hunters that we need to learn a lot from, and the strategies they use, and also the patience they have when downing the survivors. They don't really rush, but they know exactly when to do this or when to do that. Like, you saw the fast game sense that he had when he just aimed for the air and hit her out of the airplane. That was just something that it definitely needs. You need to have a lot of practice and a lot of experience in order to do that.
Yeah, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, what a great match that we witnessed, but we will take a short break. When we return, it is going to be ZT versus TMX, so don't go anywhere. More of IVC when we come back.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from.
Hello, detectives, and welcome back to our IVC. We are back with Soy Milk, and here we are with the amazing Butch Pies Together casting the rest of the matches today. We're gonna have ZT versus TMX.
Yeah, so we've talked about it. It kind of has the same story as the previous match. So first and foremost, before we start talking about it, big shout outs to Ikun once again for doing an amazing job, just showing us what they got. And also congratulations to BL, at actually getting points on the board. So now, like you said, we got ZT versus TMX. TMX, the marathoners, the ones that, take their time to get here. But ZT, similar to BL, they were kind of on ice the entire time. They weren't competing just yet. This is their first time in the group stage, and they were actually the first team to actually open up the the prelim finals. So it's really interesting to see how they're gonna fare coming into this, since we haven't seen them, but we have been talking about them so much. We're saying like they're the strongest team out there. They're like the ones to actually one of the biggest contenders here. So I can't wait to see how they're gonna fare coming in tonight.
Yes, exactly. ZT and TMX, they're both. We have seen a little bit of both of them, but of course we have more impression from ZT because coming out from IVA, the two last IVAs, ZT was the champion of both IVA May and IVA June edition. So that's why it gives us a little bit bigger impression. But yeah, definitely looking forward to TMX too as well because they're the marathoners of this tournament so far.
Yeah. So looking at Kuga and U4, a mirror match of sorts when it comes to the Dream Witch stats look eerily similar, but Kuga here, able to just one of the strongest hunters out there. Does have that Dream Witch. He also has a Bonbon that he did bring out in the semifinals. But tell me more about U4, Soy.
Yeah, U4 is the type of hunter that can bring sculpture, breaking wheel, of course, Dreamwitch, and also a Bloody Queen. He's very versatile and he knows how to play sculpture really well, as well as breaking wheels. But definitely don't underestimate the other the others. His survivors as well are very strong from TMX. They have shown to bring out the best at the very end. So that is something that to keep in mind.
Yeah, so now we see the survivors of ZT and TMX. We're going to start things off with a run with the mechanic. Not really, we haven't seen a lot of mechanics. We only seen mechanics when it comes to just going for the ties, but Embalmer seems to do that even more. Not really a lot of decoders, but leave it to run to be able to get a lot of decoding, get a lot of, well, I would say containment time because he's way above and beyond the 60-second mark. But let's talk about Shirayuki.
Shirayuki is not also a rescue. He's also a stunner, and he can main other survivors like Enchantress and he acrobat as well. So it's very versatile. Of course, I think they're choosing the survivor they just are mostly known for. But as far as I know, a lot of these survivor mains they have a lot of other skills under their sleeve. So this is something to look forward for, and especially coming into this game today, they're both teams that they haven't really faced each other yet. So this is something to look forward to. How will they plan their strategies around?
And just to take note, yeah, Mercenary has been chosen by Shiryuki once and Acrobat 6 times. So we're going to move on over to Zed as well as Yune. So starting off with Zed, a forward user here. We're going to see his forward profile here. 86 second containment time with average decoding progress in the triple digit mark. So Zed with a forward, actually. A forward is just so necessary in team lineups these days that yeah, forward is one of the usual suspects. If it's not going to be Eli, that's going to be banned at the start. Rest assured, it might be Zed's forward.
Yes, Yume is a patient main, yes, but he's also main priestess and mercenary as well, and also enchantress. So this is definitely something that we see in TMX, the survivors that can take a lot and also be able to be very versatile. And that is just so important, as a survivor to be able to stand the pressure and be able to pick up almost any character that you can help your team to counter the other side's hunter. So
yeah, it seems like they kind of swapped, right? With forward being a support now, and patient being main rescuer. So now we're gonna shift things over to Shadow and Snowdrop. Shadow here has that enchantress, but Shadow also has an entomologist and barmaid. So one of the main kiters here. And one thing that I did notice also in the comment section of previous IVCs, they love the fact that Enchantress is finally getting the spotlight as a really strong survivor. So let's see if Shadow will be bringing out this Enchantress.
Especially in this new meta, and also Snowdrop with Little Girl, she's known for playing Little Girl a lot, but also Postman and surprisingly patient as well. So as you can see, he's a very kinder support, because I believe like Little Girl is a little bit more of a support than just purely kite, because once she leeches off another teammate, she can just help them kite and even accelerate the decoding as well. So she has two good things that she can do, either help them kite or also accelerate the decoding once she leeches to also one of her teammates. So it's very versatile, very support character. I really would like to see more of Little Girl, to be honest.
For sure. And now, no stranger to the competitive scene, we know MX, Chanim also. So let's talk about MX, because MX is the very reason why we got a lot of batter bans. Not to mention also, he did bring out the Thief in Call of the Abyss. So I feel like MX is a hunter at heart, but he's just playing survivor. He really just wants to harass and cause violence. So I'm excited to see what kind of crazy strategies we're gonna see from MX because he has brought out acrobat as of late, but he definitely wants to bring out that thief.
Yes, this quite scary and quite one of the funny characters as well because he has very cute emojis. But then quickly talking about Chanim, Chanim is also besides acrobat, of course, he's also a main entomologist, postman, batter, and psychologist. So as you know, as you can see, batter being a very stun like a type of survivor, kind of like enchantress, right, Botch? So it's very, it can be a bit scary for a hunter. Imagine to face a both stunners like batter and even enchantress together. Oh my god, that's like hunter's nightmare.
Yeah, you're just locked in, right? When you have to face those two stunners and one that just keeps you at bay. So that was the player profile, ladies and gentlemen. So before anything else, welcoming everyone once again to this next and final match of the day. Soy, I want to ask you now, emojis, we got to give them out. We got ZT, we got TMX. Pick two random colors.
I like yellow and I like purple.
Okay, yellow and purple. So yellow, I'm guessing that's gonna go for ZT. Are we gonna do that? And purple goes for TMX. Would you like that? Okay, so there you go, chat. Want to see some yellow and purple hearts? Yellow for ZT, while purple goes for TMX. As we look at the map picks and bans, we're gonna ban Moonlit River Park, and we're gonna go back into surprise, surprise, Ever Sleeping Town.
Yes, Ever Sleeping Town, one of the favorite maps of Southeast Asia IVC. We have seen it quite frequently. And I believe, like I said before, it is because it's one of the best maps for Breaking Wheel at Greenwich. It's such a good maps for those type of hunters. But definitely looking forward to see whether they will still bring Greenwich on the first round, since that's what we have seen so far. And I believe it is, of course, the most ideal route to go to play safe and to play aggressive because Greenwich, like Eli said before, is the best hunter in the game.
As it stands, right, with the way she's able to pressure and able to, I would say she has a lot of what you look for in a hunter, right? You got chaseability, with if you're able to leech a survivor, you get that chase going down. You got camping, which if the leech is also there, and you also have map pressure if you're able to spread your leeches. Note that I keep saying leech. So the Dream Witches, yes, the best hunter in the game, as long as she's able to, spread out her leeches and be able to position well. So I agree with Eli with him, with Dream Witch being one of the best hunters in the game. It's just that you have to give so much respect to the Dream Witch users because they're working overtime and multitasking like crazy. And considering that the map is Ever Sleeping Town, I agree. We might see kind of a mirror match of sorts, similar to what we saw in the first match that we saw. So it might be, Dream Witch back-to-back matches.
Yes, definitely, because Yu is very comfortable playing Dreamwitch, followed by I say like Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel is also a very good hunter for a first round, but Dreamwitch just feels a little bit more familiar, and it also to set up a statement. Like there is this saying that if you play Dreamwitch, then you probably cannot play well Bonbon. So this is one of the things that I think I heard before.
I would have to say though, if I don't know if at this point in the tournament, so if they want to risk bringing out Pollen, and we know we look at IVL as like the gold standard, and we try to apply it to the other servers because the teams there are like crazy. So I don't know if they wants to risk bringing out Flywheel and just it being countered like crazy because we also have to take it back to IVA and when we were allowed to use Flywheel there. It was just so hard for any of the breaking wheels to bring something out. So yes to familiar Dream Witch and also kind of setting that statement that yes, I can multitask like this and I want to be able to give the best possible start for my team.
Yes, definitely. It said on a statement that you got that one of you got like the skill to play one of the hardest hunter in the game. That definitely sets a huge statement already out of the bat. So that's also one of the things about the putting pressure. It's like a mind game. Like when the survivor knows that they're going against certain hunter, they already feel the like sometimes like the nervousness or just the expectation of what to look for. So when the hunter sets out that statement and they have a record, because Butch, all these survivors and hunters, they already have done their homework. They know they kind of already know what they're gonna face, so they know what's coming for them. So what they have to do is just form a strategy around it and try to counter it.
Yeah. Shout outs to NTT, by the way, for giving us updates on something, IVL. I know you are listening, sir. So thank you so much for sticking around and also giving us your insights. And also, big shout outs to everyone in the chat that is excited for this match. I know we have a lot of ZT fans out there, a lot of TMX fans out there. And just like in the previous match, TMX, this is their last shot. This is the last match they will be playing. So big shout outs to them because they need to go out swinging. And Soy, how much pressure is on them going up against ZT?
Well, I believe that there's a lot of pressure because you are going against a team like 02 that even though they haven't been in the competitive officially in an official tournament yet, but they have been in other small tournaments before, like the NELFAM tournament, the IBA tournament. So they have set a name in our Southeast Asia area, but this is the first time they're coming in with like official tournament. So definitely TMX going to feel the pressure because they know that what they're facing, but at the same time they also have experience from previous matches because they have been through wildcard stage, like they have a longer journey. However, ZT having the advantage as a experience and such a good hunter and survivor as well, they didn't went through the wildcard stage, so that might be something to look into, Poch, because TMX went through that longer journey than ZT did.
Yeah, experience is still experience, and I'm sure that TMX, coming from the wildcard stage, had a rough start with Noir, but I think now they have to really show what they've learned and what they leveled up on coming into this match, because all eyes are definitely on them, especially their fans and supporters. And you know what? Even though that this is their last match, I hope and I pray that we do see more of these teams like TMX, Ikun, because it's so important for the competitive scene to be supportive and also kind of rewarding. So I hope you guys in the chat will send that love. I'm seeing a lot of hearts already, Soy. Before we get picks and bans, any shout outs you want to give out?
Yes, I want to give a shout out to my friends in Latin America server, to Santi, to Hister, to Lau, to everyone, guys. Love you guys so much. Yeah, hope to see you guys in Koa too.
Let's go. Okay, shout outs to the Latin community. Shout outs to all the community out there. Seeing all the hearts already in the chat. So this is the lineup we're going to see. ZT versus TMX. Once again, purple hearts for TMX, yellow hearts for ZT. Let's head into the picks and bans. Again, it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town. So, yeah, you know, I don't think it's even a question anymore. We're going to see Seer ban.
Yes, definitely. And then this map, you going to bring out Dreamwitch for sure because they're not going to ban any hunter yet. And just like you said, Seer going to jail, and now we see the international lineup coming from ZT, Forward, and Priestess. I think this is already setting up a statement from the survivors of CT. They are going very, very aggressive at Poch, choosing just the Forward, the first survivor being picked there. They're going to play very aggressive this game, I believe.
Yeah, we have to be careful when it comes to MX. If he's loose, you want to try and ban that batter out or ban any stunner. But at least they banned the acrobat. So now it seems like they're kind of bolstering up here. That looks like they're opting for the barmaid to come in just because U4 has that Dream Witch to come out. So he could actually surprise everyone by bringing out the Sculptor. But it's with the barmaid still in the mix, I feel like that support can still come in handy regardless of the hunter. And with ZT, one thing you have to commend them for is that all of them can kite. So it's hard to find a weak link here, as we see Mercenary being picked too. So a very strong lineup and a lot of sustainability on their side too, not in just mobility but also in healing.
Yes, because of the barmaid right there, she can be a game changer. We have seen it recently in IVL. There's this combo between Priestess and barmaid or Psychologist and barmaid, and they do a great job rounding up at the hunter. So this is very scary on the first round, and we see that's why they ban Psychologist as well. And look, talking about the hunter, there's not going to be Dreamwitch Watch. They definitely surprising for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, U4 had a lot of memorable moments with the Sculptor, able to, I believe, get a lot over BL with them being able to just get a 3-man or 4-man. So no surprise here when it comes to, probably saw the barmaid come in. It's like, all right, you know what? They're really preparing for a Dream Witch, so let me bring out Sculptor, which
I feel like U4, known for the Dream Witch, but his sculptor, for me, very underrated and a very solid hunter that he uses. So let's see how the sculptor is going to come in. The first sculptor of tonight, Soy.
Yes, beautiful. Definitely. I want to see a sculpture gameplay today, and not being able to see Dreams is a little bit like not something I was expecting because of the barmaid there. Because usually when Survivor pick barmaid is because they are sure they're gonna face a Dream Witch, because barmaid can definitely counter the Dream Witch so well. She can take a hit and then take the drink and then dash away with the speed boost as well. So this is something that I was really expecting to see. But coming in with the chip damage hunter, there's definitely something else. You has something in mind here. He wants to also set a statement that my sculpture is gonna come out on the first round and I'm gonna take all the points I can.
Right. And that kind of sets up, if he's able to do that, he can set up for his Dream Witch in the next round, or they got to pick their poison because that's going to be a warmed up sculptor. And I believe, I'm just going to recall again, just bringing up our notes here, who picked, so it is TMX to pick Ever Sleeping Town. So this is kind of playing into their hand. I feel like they had this scouted and this was calculated on their part, because usually teams want to pick out maps to help out their hunters. That's why you see a lot of Ever Sleeping Towns, round 1 or Arms Factory. Just because they want the hunter to start in the best possible footing, since this is a Survivor meta. So you, with the sculptor, could definitely add more wins to his column, and what a big win it could be if he's able to get a win over ZT.
Sorry, what was your question?
I didn't ask a question. I just said that it would be great for TMX to get a victory over ZT. So let's head into this match, Soy. It seems like you spawning right away at the corner there, and he's going to go straight towards the middle. He's going to run into MX, which I feel like MX would gladly take the first kite.
Yes, gladly, definitely. And now going into hiding a little bit, but now there is a earmark, and now you going so confident to this area. He was sure he's gonna find someone, but no, and managed to just spot her out and get her out of her hiding spot.
Yeah, just the patience on the side of U4. It seemed like MX was doing a great job just hiding, but no, gets hit by the tram. And this would allow MX to actually mix up some drinks here just for him to get some life back. And now U4, yeah, he's just hiding out here. We do see that, just immediately just not committing right away. Goes for the forward, which I feel like might be a tougher chase since MX is going to be healed up. So U4 back to the drawing board here, back to square one.
Back to square one. Yeah, like you said, forward is going to take the kite now, not yet utilizing the football. Now about to, avoiding the hit right there. Beautiful ball. Going also to this second floor area. They know that this area is, there's no one else here, so they can kite nicely and freely. Priestess also putting some portals around her Cypher. And forward is still doing a great job avoiding. Now take the second chip damage.
Yeah, and now as that second chip damage does connect, he does have the chisel just to monitor some Cypher progress. Zed trying to hide behind the pallet here, but U4 being so brave going through the pallet, not fearing the slam, and now has his first survivor in a rocket chair. Forward being the first survivor, it's actually a pretty good sign here for U4. At least doesn't have to worry about another rescuer. It's just the mercenary has to worry about. Trying to monitor the Cypher progress that MX is working on while Run is in the area for this rescue.
Yes, Run is going to elbow by the way, doesn't want to take that hit or that chance of giving her presence, and that is very important. And now Priestess is just going for a portal and going for the smooth rescue before half. We'll see whether, she kind of doubted that she could have rescue immediately, but now taking another damage and getting the rescue before half, which is a must at this point. Getting that portal, but no!
Yeah, that was so close. You saw that the portal was there for that support, but unfortunately the forward was a little too shy away from it. And now U4 back to just chairing the forward, and now he's monitoring these other Cyphers. Run in the middle of the mix here. Let's see if he can dodge some statues, but no, eating one statue. Already at full presence, and note, Soy, that the teleport is ready. So will they try to commit here, or it seems like they're going to do a little handshake here to trade off the forward for some objectives? But Run, he's going to try to go for it.
Yes, he's already going directly to the chair, going to try to get the rescue. And this is all about whether you can get a third shock, and he did. Now this is definitely putting the game on Yu's hand again.
Yeah, that was a big game changer there. That's a mercenary getting a terror shock. That's a definite, it's a big win on the side of U4. So let's see how ZT is going to bounce back from this, because if U4 is able to win round number 1 against ZT and set the pace for them, that's going to be huge. So now U4 can't let go of the gas right now. He's going to have to apply more pressure here. It seems like the barmaid is going to have to eat some statue hits here. He's going to have to conserve some of them, because MX, one of the best kiters out there, he's going to try to avoid as much as possible and just hiding behind the real estate here. MX here not forcing any rescue from happening, able to hit him out of the flywheel and stuffs the rescue attempt. And it seems like U4 is on the brink of actually getting more than just a 3K.
You coming in so aggressive, baiting the flywheel from the survivor, and now the MX, instead of flying wheel to the chair, he flywheel away to try to juke, but then he waited out and just did a normal hit, and this is how he stuffed it. This is incredible gameplay here from you, coming in so strong, so aggressive, setting up an statement that he can terror shock, and he can even just stuff the rescue at this point.
Yeah, it's just the way he was able to build that presence. It wasn't a great start, but once he got that terror shock on the mercenary, I think that kind of sealed the fate, and the dominoes kind of fell into place here. Now, barmaid is just gonna try to bleed out. He's primed for that heal, and Shadow is gonna have to be very careful. These statue placements, just trying to push Shadow a little bit away, and we see that the tram hit again is just taking no mercy on the side of this sculptor, and U4 cannot catch a break. It seems like it's a 5 versus 1. That extra survivor being the tram on the side of ZT. I think they paid the tram conductor in this game.
Yes, there is also the barmaid that just heal up, and afterwards the priestess is still working on her self heal. 80% the cipher, 2 ciphers coming in. So priestess just stood up, so now it's going to be.
Oh no, she got hit by a tram. Oh my god. So he probably didn't pay the tram conductor that much, so it seems like the tram is turning on both the survivors and hunters. But the portal trick, the priest is able to move on away, and now U4, you know what, he still has his victory conditions set out for him. So let's see if he can still try to mitigate the situation. Barmaid is about to exit the tram while the priestess vaults the window, and U4, still with these perfect statues, wants to down this priestess before her portals become online.
U4 is so good. He's so good at baiting the survivors from jump from the window. I think the second time he has done it. The first day to MX, making him jump out of the window, and now he's done it to the priestess Shadow again. He did it so well, really. He's very good at putting the pressure on the survivors, and now it's all about the barmaid. If she goes down in this, it will be a GG's already for you, because priestess has no more self-heal.
Yeah, it's honestly, I think the delay in inevitability here, but TMX, what a great start for U4. I mean, yeah, him picking the sculptor was the best decision, because I mean, the timing on his statues, the timing on his saves too, able to down the barmaid once again, and it seems like they're gonna call for GG's, and TMX, ladies and gentlemen, with a solid 5 points on the board, courtesy of their hunter U4.
Yes, I'm kind of breathless at this point, because that was so extreme, Poch. You see the terror shock, and then the stuffing of the chair, of the barmaid, and then the flywheel. Oh, that was one thing after another that led to this all kill, and this is so strong beginning for you, coming in so strong. Like, we didn't expect really with Sculptor, because we were talking about like other hunters, but then Sculptor bringing in this 5 points to the table, Poch. This is just incredible.
Yeah, and not just under any circumstance here. This is under the circumstance that they got U4 got a 4K on the side of ZT. This is ZT we're talking about. We were talking about how they're the next big team coming out from Southeast Asia, and for U4 to be able to get it with the greatest of ease, I think that's a big statement that you cannot look past any team out there, even though we have said that ZT is just primed to, you know, be able to be one of the big contenders out there. U4, you know, coming in and saying, I don't think so. I think they're not ready for this smoke that the sculptor is going to bring to the table, and yeah, the stats speak for themselves.
Yes, let's see the stats very quickly here. It was MX with the barmaid with almost a 60-second kite, followed by the forward 50 seconds. So you see all the kiting is actually about around 50-second average, and the decoding was also coming in from priestess and barmaid mainly. So as you know, as you Yeah, these stats are definitely showing how strong you is putting pressure on the survivors, forcing them to get away from the ciphers, and also forcing them to kite, forcing them to rescue and everything. And this is something that you did so well, because even though when we saw the sneaky rescue from the priestess, I believe he could have just rescued immediately, but you just patiently waited out, and then even though the rescue was done, then he immediately stop the forward from going through the portal, and that is something that they didn't think it could happen, and then everything started just falling like a domino gameplay.
Yeah, and also I got to give a shout out to Hacker in the chat that is just supporting TMX, and he's chanting TMX in the chat. And you know what, I feel like U4 is feeling it. Just the sequence leading up to the terror shock, like you said, stuffing the rebound rescue of that forward, not committing to the barmaid, even though like it was such a rough start, just shows that U4 can kind of rally back into this, like, because it was so dead. The tram hit on him to just not get baited to go for MX because MX was healing up, it looked like a game changer. It looked like ZT was just going to do what they do best and just support and survive. But once it led to that terror shock situation, I think it was hard for them to kind of bounce back from that. And another big play there was for him to be able to stuff the rescue of MX, because the barmaid was full health. The statues, out in the open, MX was doing a great job avoiding and dodging all the statues. But for him to be able to stuff the rescue of the barmaid there was also very detrimental to the side of ZT.
Yeah, I believe the barmaid tried hit flywheel to avoid a normal hit, but then the hunter just waited for that. So that's kind of cool, like baiting the flywheel from the hunter side. And we just saw it, ladies and gentlemen, today. How do, as a hunter, how do you bait the flywheel? You just get really close, and then you wait for them to do it, and then you just do normal hit. And this is exactly what U4 did. A textbook baiting the flywheel. So definitely very scary coming in. Like you said, everything came into place right after that terror shock happened. He just forced them to just break their tempo, and this is something that a lot of survivors need. Sometimes they need to study a lot about how to come back, how to bounce back, like you said, from a terror shock. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I'm just imagining the terror shocks that we've all experienced watching and also kind of experiencing in the game itself. It's very game changing, especially since that was they were really trying to go for a full blood rescue. The timing on that hit was just so on point. So yeah, mind games were there, and I think this is what is very exciting, because we said that ZT is this unstoppable force. Now they meet an immovable object named U4. So let's see who's gonna budge first. We're gonna see how they're gonna perform in round number 2. We're gonna switch things up. It's gonna be Kuga that's gonna be coming in. So we'll still have to see, because Kuga is also known for being a 4K hunter. So if he ties things up, we're definitely gonna see a round number 3. But it's round number 1 will definitely be a battle of the hunters if Kuga can keep up with the pace and the tempo that U4 set out.
Exactly. It all comes now to the hunter side, putting a little bit pressure this time to ZT Hunter Kuga, which is known to have also expertise in sculpture, breaking wheel, and Greenwich. So we're gonna see whether, do you think this will be a mirror match, Poch? Do you think he will also bring out sculpture instead of Greenwich?
I depends on how the picks and bans go, because
That's
I feel
true.
like U4 has that Dream Witch ready just in case. But I think since he saw the barmaid come out, he's like, all right, let me switch things up. But it's kind of funny how the barmaid didn't really come into effect. Yes, he did get that early hit on the statues, but then he drank the mixture, and it turned out that the tram was actually another factor that we had to consider in discussing this matchup. So yeah, it's really exciting here on U4's side. Even Chocho is singing some praises on U4's sculptor here. So we'll have to see. I mean, Kuga can also bring out the sculptor if he kind of got inspired or he wants the mirror match. But safe to say, we're gonna see the Dream Witch come out as we see a Gravekeeper come out. Soy.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to hold a plushie right now because I'm feeling very nervous for both ZT and TMX, because Poch, we sometimes at the very last second everything can change. And even though sometimes the hunters seem to be on like we saw before, he got hit by the Trump twice. So that bought so much time. That could buy so much time for the survivors to do something else, rotate or do something. But then he came back from those two trams. Two trams. How to say it? When he got run over by the tram, right? So
Yes.
he recovered and then he moved on and he keep going. You know what I mean? So I think that's just shows some resilience there. Very strong resilience from you for. So I just feel really, really expecting. Like I don't know what to expect. I thought like I knew something, but now I'm just learning more stuff.
Oh, we don't know anything about the tram. He has a mind of his own. We don't know this game unless we see. Once we see the tram like run amok, that's when we're like, yeah, we don't know this game. And I hope you guys can spam some tram emojis or some train emojis in the chat just to show some love to the tram, and hope the tram gods would side with what your favorite team, because it seemed like they're U4 getting hit twice, but then you also saw MX getting feeling the wrath of the tram. So he really picks no sides.
Yes, I believe that at the beginning of the match when Barmaid decided to kite around the tram and then the tram just hit the hunter as well. I think that was actually quite lucky, because sometimes you cannot really plan when the tram is gonna come unless you know the timing really well, and she just happened to jump off the window and then the tram happens to come. So that was the perfect start for the survivors. But then one after another you just kept going, and the fact that he teleported away immediately, that also was I don't think the forward was thinking that he will be the second target for U4. So I think that's what something that he was not expecting that take that kite. So that might be also why he got down like that.
Yeah, I agree with you that you can't it's hard, like unless you like really pour in the hours to understand the routes of the tram. I think that was very lucky, and I'm telling you guys this now, NetEase, maybe tram plushies. That's gonna be so good. It's gonna sell out like the graveyard, the gravekeeper plushies. And Nico in the chat is actually asking your cosplay, Soy. Is that the Tomie skin?
Yeah, I actually tried to do a live version of that. So it's kind of like the leech follower of Tomie. Thank you for asking. And I also want to give a little shout out to my friend Maripili. I love you too. And also to Chujibin and Kino, Alexi, Crowley, Vanilla King, Jogi, Copycat, Tenia Lai, and 3 Unis. Shout out to you all, guys. Love you so much to see you in the chat.
Big shout outs to everyone, and now we're gonna head to the picks and bans here. It seems like we're gonna lock in a priestess as well as a mercenary, since the seer was banned. And while we're giving our shout outs, again, shout outs to all the prisoners here in chat. Well, Joggy's just everywhere. Like he's fought like general admissions all throughout this entire night. Kino as well. We got Vanilla, Crowley, Ohio. I also saw you in the chat. Sienna, big shout outs to everyone. Give your support. We're gonna see how ZT's Kuga is gonna try and bounce back and try to keep up with U4's frantic pace.
Yes, indeed. I believe that TMX is gonna play conservatively, because as we have seen before, playing with some character like Barmaid that is not often seen might be a little bit I have to say, like, just baiting the hunter, the other side, from bringing out Dream, which it didn't work out because he brought a sculpture. So I think this time TMX has done the homework, and they're definitely gonna play very conservatively. And we can see already the picks that they are doing, which is Priestess, Mercenary, Acrobat. They are both international lineup. We see them all the time. So this is the way that TMX is gonna play out, conservatively, and definitely trying to also bring those points to keep it up, you know what I mean? Just keeping those points up.
Yeah, true. Big shout outs to everyone in the back. Big shout outs to Crit. Big shout outs to NTT. You should look at the chat, our chat. So they're talking about the previous match, and big shout. I can't wait to see the MVP of this match. But we are gonna see probably a sculptor mirror match here, because Barmaid was chosen, which kind of makes Kuga think twice about bringing out the Dream Witch here. So it seems like, yep, we're gonna go with Chip Damage Hunter for Chip Damage Hunter to try and counter this Barmaid. Luckily for Kuga, though, he doesn't have to worry about stunners. The only stunner he has to worry about is the tram.
Yeah, a tram for MVP, for real. Definitely something to look forward to. But yeah, the mirror match coming in is similar, but there's no forward since it was banned early on. So there's some, but also we didn't see the forward of CT do a stun So that's why I believe that something interesting that he was not able, not given the chance to stand at all. So that's why that was also very interesting. But at the same time, here with the priestess, there's a little bit of with the barmaid approach. I'm telling you, these two survivors together, barmaid and priestess, are a very good combo. They can, with good communication, they can definitely turn the match around. They can flip the table and say. So definitely something to look up for this combo of barmaid and priestess.
Yeah, we'll have to see because the priestess can establish that distance. The barmaid can heal, but to establish that distance, you need to set up the portals. And for the barmaid, you also need to kite for as long as you can. And luckily for MX, he was able to get the healing down just because the tram was there. If the barmaid does use the speed drink just to transition towards a portal, Kuga could also opt for just following in U4's footsteps. Like, all right, if this barmaid's too slippery, I'm just gonna thinking he'll bring teleport, right? He might bring a different trait, or he might bring a different persona build, but he could definitely also take a page out of U4's book and copy. Well, I would say the blueprint was set when trying to go in this match. He might play to the same effect and be very proactive in looking for survivors, or if it's not the chase that he wants, he'll try and transition away. But one thing he can rest his head on is that decoding progress, they don't have really a main decoder here. And it seems pretty decent. But yeah, Kuga is going to still want to be able to down survivors and down them quick.
Yes, definitely. Especially because Kuga is very aggressive type of hunter and is also extremely fast when he plays his games. He knows how to time it well. But guys, let's go right into Ever Sleeping Town ZT Kuga on the sculpture.
So he's transitioning towards Yune here. Just have to be careful with the train tracks. Transitioning away from the corner house, and it seems like he will just continue on just going straight to Fate Gate. Let's see if he spots out anyone in the alleys here in the corners. It seems like he's going to go commit towards the left, which Snowdrop is actually in that area. But I think he wants to cut off Yune here, which is the barmaid. And it seems like a left-right build. So he does have that trump card just to change things up. And he will have that insolence to try and give more a priority to build that presence up.
Yes, definitely going to commit to this barmaid at this point because this is the most ideal survivor for her to chase since it's a chip damage hunter. She's not afraid of distance. And now buying some. Oh, you see how she forced her to cut corners and then go into the first hit. And now barmaid is going to have to make a drink here. And now she already took the drink. Now waiting a little bit, but ooh, nicely played by the barmaid. She faked the window bolt.
Yeah, that's true. That was actually the same kind of trick that MX tried to pull off, but he did commit to the window vault, and now she's all healed up. So Kuga propping the blink, but gets countered with the flywheel and now forcing just a regular hit. So it seems like couldn't go for that drop down hit. Still a bit of a chase that Kuga has to ensue here. Did gain a little bit of presence here, so this barmaid has to be careful because he's already spent that drink, and one more regular hit, she will be falling down.
Yeah, so far barmaid is doing so well. He's taking those two hits and now taking one more chip damage, and then it's only one chip damage away. So now Kuga needs to commit to those chip damages to fasten up the first down because the Cypher Rush is already starting to be felt.
Now we see that Kuga kind of being disciplined with that drop down, waiting for the barmaid. They're seeing the barmaid actually go for that drop down. Trying to go for a pallet hit here. No, just goes for the regular hit, baiting units to actually go closer. And now Kuga has his first survivor in a chair, and so he's so close to getting full presence. Just one more statue for him. What I would say he's a sneeze away from getting that full presence. Now, Chisel is being dropped here just to monitor these ciphers a little too far here to try and harass that cipher, and it seems like Snowdrop is priming himself for this rescue to happen.
Yes, he's hiding a little bit there, but now going all full blood for a rescue because, as you know, getting this rescue is crucial.
Okay, now what full presence, perfect statues are inbound. Oh my god, the mercenary will be falling down. Luckily, it is not a terror shock, but Yune needs to make this kite last long. But with perfect statues, that's going to be a tough job. Last effort is going to get propped up, and now a double down situation is inbound for Kuga.
Yes, the only good thing here is that now Barmaid gets to sit one more time in the chair, and the mercenary will just have to disappear from Kuga because he definitely doesn't want to be found at this point. Acrobat doing his machine very well as Prime already, so I believe the Acrobat should be the one coming, if not the Priestess.
Tram. Oh my god, the tram. Oh wow. So it just seems like the tram is just out for the sculptor. We thought, shout out to NTT, we thought there was a patient curse with the tram, but it seems like it is the sculptor now. Able to still kind of bounce back here. So Kuga trying to hit this acrobat, able to get 2 statues and stops the rescue of this acrobat. 2 ciphers left. One is already primed, but this acrobat will see that rocket chair. Barmaid is about to expire. Mercenary is up. Kuga wanting to get more survivors out of this game to get more points.
One statue after another and just down just like that before the rescue has been done, and now it's gonna be the mercenary to take the hit, but buying some time here for making a smooth rescue for Priestess. Okay, now the acrobat is out, but now Kuga has the eyes on the prize, and this is going to be the mercenary going down here.
Yeah, he just didn't commit anymore. He knew that the mercenary was going to be there. He knows that the rescue was going to happen. This is the primed cipher. So they're going to have to open up a new cipher to try and just be safe in trying to pop for the end game. So now Acrobat getting healed up by the Priestess. That's actually excellent job. Mercenary can sit for a long time on that chair, but Kuga has peripheral vision, a full 180 vision of anyone that's going to come on in to the graveyard who wants to go for that cipher. So they got to open up a brand new cipher, or they're going to try to force this from happening. So let's see if Kuga can stuff any attempts of this rescue. Shirayuki is trying to go for a backdoor rescue. Let's see if he can dodge these statues. He's doing a great job so far. Priestess is also here. He's going to bait a regular hit, but the pallet is here. He can go for a regular stun, and now the rescue can happen as well as the pop.
Peeling the mercenary from the chair and now going for try to clutch this pop. Oh, nice pop!
Double pop there. We did see that the acrobat aiding the mercenary going for that pop, and now 3 survivors are out and about, no detention in the air. We see that Chanam here might be the designated not the designated sacrificial lamb here, just hanging around here in the graveyard area, while Kuga just wants to down this Priestess. Mercenary is already opening up that exit gate.
Yeah, the acrobat definitely gonna open the gate. He will be very slow, so now it's the mercenary's turn to open it, and now Priestess is having to kite around this area, 1 chip away, doing a great job, Poch, with those portals, really buying so much time. And now it's going to be for 2 survivors out, and Priestess is just going to just try to take this kite and elongate, but it is going to be definitely a tie at this point because Priestess is a little bit far away from the dungeon.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any holy keys for him to just transition away Kuga. You know what? He just has to go for regular hit, but tries to bait out the flywheel there. Just towards the end, he saved up the hit, and now we have ourselves a game a game won by TMX here. So it seems like a lot of the energy from chat is being translated to the TMX survivors because that was Kuga at his finest, I would have to say. You know what? He was really able to counter that sculptor really well. Makes you think if he brought out a Dream Witch, if that match could have been differently.
Yes, definitely, Poch. This is, even though there was the mirror match, you see the outcome was completely different as well, and this all due to Kuga putting some different type of game style, and also the survivors and not giving in so quickly. Like we saw the mind game that they play at the beginning of the match when they just waited out for the window vault. They didn't just went for it, and now the hunter was the one who went down first, and that bought so much time for those machines to start progressing the ciphers. That really helped them a lot.
I would have to say the kite of the barmaid really set the tone for this match. 90 seconds, very impressive on Yune's side, and just having that drink also, it just really able to manage the resources of the barmaid and also just use the support of the other survivors here. Excellent rescues also on Snowdrop's side. Luckily, it wasn't a terror shock. It was a double down situation, but Yune had to be one of the sacrificial lambs, and Chanam as well. So it was just an excellent performance on the side of TMX. They win themselves round number 1, but 0-2, they faced some adversity before, but that was in longer sets. So let's see if they can kind of restart and come back in this match, because if TMX duplicates this same type of performance in round number 2, that's going to be GG's. TMX able to get a victory on their group stage.
Yeah, that would be amazing too because it is their first time being in this type of tournament and going against CT, such a strong team. And look at the results here, 2-7, Poch. This is definitely a very strong start for TMX, and also not something that anyone could predict because this is something that we just know so much, and then when the actual match happens, then everything can change. And the last second, somebody can get a terror shock, or somebody cannot go through a portal, and the mind games come in as well. So everything comes into place. And you saw the way the barmaid used the items. There's so many things to talk about, really.
Yeah. One thing I do want to reiterate, and I just saw the tram hit happen because I'm watching the YouTube channel also. You know what? TMX picked this map for a reason. So I have a feeling that, not only did they empower their hunter U4, they also, I mean, the survivors, they just knew their rotations as well. They knew how to roll with the punches. They knew when the barmaid expired, a mercenary was going to stand up. Acrobat had to try and go for that rescue, but it didn't happen just yet. And you got to commend also their Cypher progress. They were able to put objectives on the board, and also I think the Priestess Kicker really helped them out in this match, just able to provide that exit strategy for that mercenary and also able to just prime that Cypher over there at Graveyard. And this is what we were talking about. Mercenary, I feel like I don't know why we have to sing his praises because he's such a good character. The delayed damage alone helped them prime that Cypher, and he's just overall a stable rescuer.
Plus, buying so much time in the chair, which is like 20 extra percent, that helps so much because in this game, every millisecond counts. And the machine was not even prime, but when they all went there, it was at 93%. And then from 93, in a matter of milliseconds, it already was prime. So that is the strength of the mercenary as well. So a very strong hunter, survivor. Always train with mercenary because you never know when you need a mercenary.
Yeah, and I would have to say, right, when it comes to like picks and bans, Mercenary and Acrobat have been the priority in IVC. So it's actually very rare, and I feel like we watched in the previous match that they don't prioritize Mercenary because Hunters, yes, I think in round number 1, they're just going to deal with the Mercenary because he does not harass and his decoding is kind of bad. So it's going to be tough for the survivors to go for Cypher Rush. But yeah, like you mentioned, long chair time, the elbow pads, the stable rescuing because he has that delayed damage. It's just a recipe for one of the great rescuers, and I feel like he's at a good spot. So do you remember the time when the Mercenary had like 4 elbow pads, even 5 elbow pads? That was crazy.
Yes, even with when they took one of his elbow pads, people still use him just because of the survivor itself. He doesn't really need items to work well, and we just saw how it happened. He doesn't really need elbow pad necessarily. He can just use himself as a weapon to go against the hunter and sit there on the chair and just buy some extra time that survivors need. So strong, really.
Yeah, he's a very strong survivor. So be nice to your mercenary mains out there and be nice to your dedicated mercenary players out there because they hold a lot. I would say they hold a lot of responsibility being the main rescuer. And if they have to be the first kiter, they have to spend some of their elbow pads. So big shout outs to Team TMX getting a win over ZT, which I feel like is going to shoot their confidence up through the roof coming into round number 2 because this is a really tough spot for ZT to kind of bounce back from mentally too, because that was I would say ZT's survivors are they are also good at bringing points on the board, but for U4 to be able to counter the survivors in that particular fashion is definitely something that ZT has to bounce back from.
Exactly. It is a game to prove which team is the toughest, which team can take the most pressure.
Yes.
And like we said, TMX is having the longest journey right now. So that's why I believe that might have make them as tough as we see right now because there don't seem to be the TMX that started in the tournament. They have been transformed, evolved.
Character arc, man. Tournament arc. You know, anime tournament arcs, that happens. You got the power of friendship. So, this is interesting, Soy, because we are going to go to Hospital now, and ZT has chosen this, and they do pretty well in this map. So, let's talk about Hospital. Like, a lot of people peg this map as a very survivor-sided map because of the center. If you pick and ban correctly, you can have a really good lineup coming into this map.
Sacred Heart is known for being a very good map for the survivors, especially because they can kite around the hospital, and then there's many beautiful areas to kite for the survivors. But as well, some hunters can work in this map, especially Sculpture works really well in this map. Bomb Bomb, not the best, but he also could work very well using the teleport, Peeper teleport combo, and also Blink, maybe. So it is definitely going to be the team that chose Sacred Heart Hospital wants to give advantage for the survivor side because they know that they could work very well at 3-man escape or even a 4-man escape because this is such a strong map for the survivors.
Yeah, this is probably where we're going to see ZT come online since you said very survivor-sided. Hunters, the pool is a little limited, but I mean, we're going to just get rid of Bond. We're not going to even consider Pollen at this point because we haven't seen him all day and we haven't seen him in IVL since this is the new server. The Flywheel is available. So when it comes to Hunters, though, Sculptor does really well, like you said, because of the certain areas when it comes to the ruins, but they're gonna have a hunter ban. So I have a feeling that they're definitely gonna ban you for Sculptor, which could bring out the Dream Witch, which can. I mean, we've seen matches where Dream Witch can get 4Ks in this map, so it's gonna be a little tough because they banned the 4K hunter, but then you're gonna kind of play into U4's hand here, bringing out his signature character, which was featured, which is the Dream Witch.
But now that you mentioned Dream Witch, the thing is that with Dream Witch, they can easily bring out an embalmer and put the coffin on the second floor and just loop the leech around there. So I think bringing Dream Witch in this map is not the ideal scenario, but we're gonna have to see the fan phase, and if the survivors manage to mind game the hunter as well to push his Dream Witch out, that could be interesting. But definitely very important here, we're gonna see which hunter of DMX will ZT ban, because this is all coming into that. If they ban his Dream Witch, then I believe they're gonna keep his Sculpture out. But if they don't ban Dream Witch, then he would just yeah, like I said, it's definitely very crucial here what hunter they want, which poison they want.
Yeah, you could go for the safe ban of that Dream Witch, but it seems like we're just gonna have to wait and see which they ban first, or if the graphic is gonna come out. They banned the Sculptor, so Dream Witch is wide open. So we'll see if U4 will bite with that, because he also has other hunters to bring out. I mean, we've seen him on others, but since the player profile did shine on that Dream Witch, we'll see, or how they're gonna try and counter or get ready for that Dream Witch if it will come out. But we're gonna see first Forward and Acrobat. Really, well, I would say Acrobat shines well in this map with a lot of good jump spots and him avoiding like a lot of windows, just jumping through them. But we are going to see a ban on the Mercenary side of U4.
Wow, U4 definitely doesn't want to deal with a mercenary. Is very smart there. And then the survivors not picking a mercenary out of the bat, I believe, was a little bit of interesting decision, because survivors definitely need the tough to tank up on the tough guys. But yeah, they decided to choose instead a tough girl, which is the female version of the mercenary psychologist right there, can take more than 2 hits. That is really good. And last but not least, since they already banned the barmaid right there, they don't want to see the barmaid priestess combo again. So I believe they either will bring someone like Embalmer or Entomologist.
So,
Nice.
Yeah, with the ban of the barmaid, it yeah, could be going for the Dream Witch. Like I said, it's I feel like the Embalmer strat. I don't know if the ZT is comfortable with that. They do like going for a lot of stuns. So it seems like, yeah, they will have to kite out this Dream Witch, which, again, we highlighted at the start that Dream Witch is one of U4's go-to hunters. Now, banning the Sculptor kind of plays into the hand that he wanted, because this is one of his strongest hunters. But let's see, because ZT is known as the meta killers. They're able to just counter the metas here and there. Let's see if they're ready to counter U4's Dream Witch.
So I believe this is gonna be a very important match for ZT, because they need to set up a statement as well and show TMX what they got. And as well, TMX will see how will he play with his Dream Witch. I think he will play conventionally, Patroller, blink, or maybe will it give us a surprise punch? Maybe we'll see either patroller teleport, patroller abnormal. We really don't know yet, but definitely looking forward to see how will TMX manage to play this Dream Witch around this map.
And the thing is, I understand what you were saying about the Embalmer strat, but if you look at ZT's win conditions, they want to get more survivors out, and if they use the Embalmer, it's a little tough, and it's usually like aiming for a tie. I think that's why they want to go for this well-rounded lineup, having an entomologist, having a psychologist, an acrobat. Very strong lineup, a lineup that you actually see even in round number 1. So they drafted pretty well here. Let's see if they're going to be in sync, because with the way U4 played it, I feel like U4 is kind of in their heads. You really want to be able to get that confidence back if you want to bounce back from a terror shock situation like U4 created. So yeah, still I would have to say ZT drafted pretty well up against the Dream Witch. It just depends, because we've seen ZT be able to kite out patrollers, and there's a lot of good spots also here in Hospital where you can kite out that patroller, especially if you drop enough pallets down, if you're able to loop through windows in the ruins area. So it's still going to be a tough night out for U4.
Yes, exactly. Very tough. And the ideal survivor to find here will be definitely the entomologist or the acrobat, because both forward and psychologist can take so much time from her.
Now we see heading right into the match, Shadow will be hot on the heels of the main body here. It seems like MX is actually on the bird cage, and now it's going to be the entomologist that might have to take this first kite. We do see that he is already leeched up. Let's see if he can create a situation for him to trap this entomologist. Shadow dropping the bees just to make sure he's going to slow down the hunt of this Dream Witch.
Yeah, now the bees are in cooldown, so entomologists have to roll kite this patroller, try to not get a terror shock early game, but taking a normal hit, very conservative here, forcing the Dream Witch to break the pallet, and now transitioning to this kiting area, putting another patroller on her. The pressure definitely on the entomologist. Once again, getting on the bees, nicely done. The patroller bite, and now it's all about how the Dream Witch try to sandwich the entomologist.
Yeah, that's the thing. Shadow needs to be careful with how he's going to kite out this patroller. He's already being in some real estate here. We do see that Zed is also here to provide that stun just as an interception. And Shadow now able to vault through that window, able to kite out the patroller. And now it seems like Zed is just here for that support, transitioning bodies here. And we see that he's going to drop down the bees here just so that he can have safe passage towards that shack area. And Zed has to be careful, because now it seems like he is the target for this Dream Witch, forcing him to pop that football and spend it just to move on away. So Cypher progress is moving on quite nicely. 3 Cyphers still remain. 1 Cypher is being worked on, but it was chased away. So U4 still can't rest up. Psychologist already used up the self-heal. Entomologist, though, eats a hit.
Nicely healed, but now giving one more life for entomologist, that was crucial, because if she takes the hit, he will go down. But now she gets a chance to do another kite, another third patroller here, Poch, and this entomologist, and you is not giving up on the entomologist, trying to make her go down right here, and still with patroller in, it's going to be a bit difficult because she needs a blink to down her officially.
Yeah, and just transitioning straight away to the birdcage, forcing him to break the pallet. So Shadow just running the routes here, not running into any survivors just yet. We do see that the patroller has already expired, and now Shadow is going to run straight into the main body here. And we see that he's trying to create a sandwich situation, but he's kind of trying to shift on over, but shifts onto the other, the follower that was outside of the hospital, and Shadow just containing the hunter for so long. The 3 last Cyphers have already been touched. 1 Cypher is about to pop, but the blink is going to be used, and now finally we see that U4 able to down his first survivor.
We're gonna very good, but we're gonna be close to almost already like the Cypher spot potch. There's almost about to be prime 1, and then the last one is already in 60%, so it's definitely looking really good for City side. And now we're gonna see the psychologist coming in. Ooh, nice blink, but didn't really connect, and now she's actually just using the flywheel to not take any hits, and now buying some time for doing a rescue with the forward.
Yeah, now Tide Turn is going to be in effect. We're going to see another leech on the forward. Luckily for the Dream Witch, there's not much de-leeches or anti-curses on the board here, but Shadow still running the routes here. That last cipher is being worked on. Forward is here for the harassment, so he has to be very careful because it seems like ZT is primed and ready for this this rebound kite. And we see that the entomologist still buying enough time, still has some resources here. And now that last cipher is already primed. It looks like they're gonna have to push for an end game here, and detention is gonna be in the air as they try to go for the exit gates.
A good game here from ZT coming in and now forcing the Dreamwitch to remain in this back gate area with the main body and just sending the leeches to the other gate. So this is the moment that you need to concentrate and try to multitask and try to camp the gate and also focus on the other gate at the same time. It's definitely a tough game for you right now.
And look at that. He's going to have to leech some followers. He's going to put some followers on the board here. It's going to be the Acrobat, that MX here, and one of the best kiters in the game. Let's see if it's going to pay off. Shadow is about to exit the game. He already opened up that exit gate towards the shack area. He's going to try to chase him out here. MX is ready for a bomb hit here. Oh my god, able to get it. Can he escape in time? It seems like he has safe passage already, and it's the forward is the one that has to go for the dungeon exit. He has a little bit of football. Let's see if he can close out that distance. As we see, the main body is following him so close yet so far. Psychologist is going to exit the game. Forward, opening up the dungeon, able to escape. It's a 4-man escape on the side of ZT.
Oh my goodness, that was extremely scary because I saw psychologists running towards the gate at the same time the forward was running as well to the dungeon, and I was like, will the dungeon be open in time? But it was, and that was very good timing from the psychologist on the forward. Very nice coordination from CT. Extremely nerve-wracking to see these matches, guys, but yeah. Beautiful work from both Hunter and Survivor, but definitely have to give it this time to ZT for countering U4 Dreamwitch so well.
Yeah, it's this was the ZT that we know and that we're expecting coming into this match because they played it so well. The support on Zed's side to able to prolong the kite of Shadow in the triple digit marks when it comes to containing the Hunter, and MX, you know what, just avoiding the last hit. MX can also be a decoder, guys. He doesn't want to harass all the time. So that was an excellent showing on the side of the Survivors. They exited that game with really fast. I think that was less than 10. Yeah, it was around the 5 to 7 minute mark. That was actually a pretty fast work that they were able to make out of the Dreamwitch of U4.
Yes, we see the stats real quick. The entomologist with 142nd kite. That's amazing kiting time, really, because you see all the survivors are forward as psychologists focus on aiding her on her kite. First, a forward with the stun, and then psychologist with a Wi-Fi heal. Like at one point, I thought she was deleted, but then no, she was just Wi-Fi healing, and that was so smoothly done because Dreamwitch also kind of like tried to hit the forward as well, like you saw. So at the same time, the entomologist got that time to heal. So that was crucial because once she was full health, then she can take another hit and then elongate the kite even more. And then we saw the ciphers also popping. So that was really crucial there for the survivor team.
And note that there was no like postman there was no mechanic, so they were really able to manage the cipher progress so well. And the route that Shadow was running, not really, he only ran into the forward, and the forward actually helped him out. So it's just every role was utilized very well. I think, well, MX's Acrobat just at the end, he was really just the decoder of the game. So it's 5 points on the board for ZT. This is the ZT that we know. This is the ZT that we fear. And now Kuga is going to come into the mix. Let's see if they're going to ban his either Dreamwitch or this Sculptor coming into this one, because it's still anyone's guess what Kuga will bring to the table and how the survivors of TMX will keep up with the pace that the survivors of ZT just did.
Yes, definitely. TMX is a team that we should not sleep on because they definitely have a lot of things to bring to the table, like we saw in the first round. So looking forward to see whether they can also keep doing what they're doing and then keeping their tempo and coming back from anything that comes to them and just bouncing back and then giving it all like they do. So yeah. Rooting for both teams, definitely showing amazing gameplays, both hunters and survivors. So yeah, giving you guys all the positive vibes right there to bring your A game.
Yeah, they definitely need it. It's kind of like the pressure is back on them, right? I feel like maybe ZT was warming up in round number 1, and now this is the ZT that we know. We're gonna see if it's fully the ZT that we know, because Kuga is gonna come into the mix with his Hunter. So yeah, TMX had a great showing in round number 1. They're definitely not out of the woods yet. It seems like it's inevitable. We're gonna see a round number 3. Based on how the points are gonna play out, we might see the full 3 rounds. So it's gonna be a good one, Soy. So I'm excited to see what the draft and what the picks and bans are gonna look like.
Yes, definitely. What do you think are the colors for TMX? Did we mention the colors for TMX is for these teams?
Yeah, you mentioned it. It was yellow and
Ah, okay.
purple. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yellow and purple. Okay, just to remind everyone, put yellow and purple hearts in there for support both teams. 02 and Icon, let's go.
Yeah,
I definitely
yellow.
believe, yeah, I definitely believe that it's no one's game yet. Like, like sometimes we believe like, oh, this one is good, but then the next match is the other thing around. So we really cannot predict anything at this point. Like, the only thing we can predict is that we probably will see maybe Sculpture or Dreamwish Band most likely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when we think about the bans on the side of the hunters, yeah, either those two. But we saw so well how Dreamwitch has kind of fallen, I would say, in terms of how scary she is. Because here you saw how ZT was able to just manage the patroller, manage the leeches, manage their resources too, to the point where they played this game flawlessly. They got a 4-man escape.
Definitely.
Zed going for the dungeon escape was the cherry on top. And I'm actually looking at the official time now of when the match ended. It seems like it was around the 4-minute mark. So that's when the in-game timer was on. So 4 minutes 39 seconds with when we first started the broadcast. So it was just crazy with what ZT has what ZT has accomplished. And let's hope U4 still got some fight in him, because he will be coming in round number 3 with possibly a different hunter.
Yes. Oh, wow. Yeah, because in the next round they probably will ban and will definitely ban 2 hunters. I think. I think
Yes.
so. If they do ban 2 hunters, then he has a huge chance to bring out either Bonbon or I don't think he will bring Breaking Wheel, even though he plays Breaking Wheel very well. But no, this map is a bit dangerous for Breaking Wheel at this point, because with the survivors that we have just seen of 02, they are very strong and countering a Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, when it comes to Breaking Wheel, it's we've seen how ZT was able to do that in IVA, especially with the. I mean, even if there was no flywheel, they were doing pretty well, just countering a Breaking Wheel. So I don't think it would be wise. Depending on the map, maybe if ever, if U4 is gonna be that confident in the Breaking Wheel, but if we look at how IVL has been playing out, yeah, not even Alex is confident in his Breaking Wheel, so might bring out the Bonbon, might bring out other hunters that could could possibly just manage Flywheel and not be heavily countered by it. That could definitely happen. So,
Well, Wax Artist is still in, I mean, still there, it's still viable, because Wax Artist is one of the hunters that can definitely counter Flywheel, and if Flywheel is your worry, then you bring out the hunters like can counter, such as Wax Artist and Nayat. So those are the hunters that nowadays we are seeing are quite efficient countering Flywheel. Of course, sometimes could get a tie, but also it could be a 4-kill potential. So it really depends on what is your preference. Like if you definitely want to counter Flywheel, then you choose a hunter such as Wax Artist or Nayat. But if you're not worried about Wax Artist, then you can bring a if you're not worried about Flywheel, you can bring a chip damage hunter. Like we saw U4 brought Sculpture, and I think he could bring a Bonbon also if he's not afraid of Flywheel.
yeah, that could be in the mix, especially if the map favors Bonbon. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. U4 has brought out. I'm looking at the stats that I wrote. He has a Sculptor, he has a Geisha, he's got a BQ. Those, I mean, Geisha, BQ, they. It's scary if you have Flywheel, because you could definitely bait out some hits. So we'll just have to wait and see what round number 3 brings to the table, because we are going to head back into the picks and bans. It's going to be Kuga on the side of the Hunter, while TMX survivors will try to keep up with the pace that ZT has put on the table for them. So In the chat, I want you guys to give your love and support for TMX. Again, it's yellow hearts for ZT, purple hearts for TMX. So let's get things started.
Yes, let's go right for the ban phase. Immediately going in. I believe there's still going to be a seer ban for some reason because the hunters always don't want to have to deal with a seer in the early game where they know the location, even though it's a Dream Witch or especially Sculpture, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen. All these hunters they don't want to have the survivors to know where they are, where they spawn. So that's why I think the seer will be the first ban still.
Well, Seer and Priestess, we've seen how well Priestess can perform in a map like this. Probably opens up Entomologist to be picked in the second half, but let's see if they're gonna kind of take the pace out of like Acrobat, Forward, Mercenary, just the viable picks, the usual suspects that we see getting locked in at the start of this map, because Priestess can be so deadly for any hunter to chase, especially if you're inside the hospital.
Yeah, do you think Kuga will still bring a sculpture since they just banned Dream Witch, or do you think it will just bring something new?
When it comes to Kuga, I think that he should have brought the Dream Witch at the start. So now maybe he might bring out the Sculptor just to, maybe that was just a warm up. Maybe he figured out what he did wrong and what he did right and what he wants to do. Because what would be the substitute if ever he's not going to bring out Sculptor?
Exactly, that's true. It is a difficult choice. It is a tough choice. And we see already the international lineup, the Forward and the Acrobat, two of the best survivors here coming out from TMX, Shirayuki and Yume coming in. And since they already banned Patient and Priestess, which are also very scary, I believe there's gonna be a Bloody Queen maybe, because Bloody Queen is a hunter that is very afraid of Patient and also Priestess. So it could be Bloody Queen. Next one, I believe someone with a hoodie. So I think it's a Mercenary because Mercenary has a hoodie. So if the Mercenary, ooh, nice, Snowdrop Mercenary. The only thing here, Poch, is that I see not yet a strong decoder. So that might be one of the things here that the survivors might need to bring up. Someone that can decode, or maybe a Postman. I think a Postman will be a good mix. A good element to the mix.
We'll see if he doesn't ban Postman, because Kuga can opt for that since he might be listening in on you, Soy. So we'll see if banning the mechanic. Wow, so he definitely doesn't want them to draw this one out. Interesting.
Yes.
So leaves open the Postman, leaves open the Entomologist. There's still a lot more picks, Psychologist as well if they want to brawn up here, but if looking at this, he wants to take his time. He doesn't want to struggle too much when it comes to decoding. So allowing the Postman to come in, maybe baiting that one out. Yeah, could prime for a Bloody Queen, could prime for a Sculptor, because ZT's survivors have already put in the work for him to be able to just go for a tie here. So he might not have to go too hard on the hunting here. Might just go for a stable hunter pick, just to counter this, I would say, a well-rounded lineup. Oh, Bonbon.
Nice. And then there's Postman. They're gonna bring those letters, boost letters for the Mercenary or the Forward, definitely, because they both can decode really slow. So in here, the one who is gonna be in charge of entertaining the hunter has to be either the Acrobat or the Postman himself, because these are the two survivors that can decode the fastest. So I'm pretty sure that Bomb also wants to focus on stopping the Cypher Rush, because Bomb cannot really, because of his short legs, he cannot really move to the Cypher, so he needs to focus on one survivor and then camp it.
Yeah, that's for sure. The camping is definitely going to be very important, because TMX wants to be able to get as much survivors out as possible. And just like the previous match with Liz, let's see how Kuga's going to play this one out. He's going to be confident enough for him to not just rely on just his camping and actually go for more kills, or would he just want to just tie it out, secure the lead, secure the round for us to push for a round number 3 and add some stable pressure on TMX's side? It's still going to be pretty tough. We've seen a lot of Bonbons do really well here and also kind of get countered. So I'd have to say it really depends on how the first chase is going to go. He's going to want to find that Postman. He needs to find the Postman to start things off, just so he can control the pace of the match.
Exactly, because Postman bringing those boosts to everyone can be so scary, but at the same time, Postman, if that Doggo is timed well, can stop the hunter from chasing him and cutting the line of sight and also using the window boost. So I believe Postman in this case, he should bring either 3-9 to help him with the kite, and I think flywheel might not be necessary because again, Bomb Bomb is not afraid of flywheel. It's one of the cheap damage hunters such as Sculpture that doesn't really mind the flywheel because he can just throw the bombs and time them well and just like a chain bomb and use those strategies to just bait out the flywheel from the survivors.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little tough when it comes to kiting. Yeah, flywheel with chip damage. Yeah, it's not much of the reward. You want to be able to transition away, so you might want to bring that broken windows. And we're gonna head right into the match. We're gonna see the Bonbon. Monokuma here just jumped straight down from the second floor, make his rounds, and he's gonna run straight into Shirayuki here. So let's see if he's gonna fully commit to this, because I believe this is the acrobat.
Yes, and now throwing already the bomb, going to this double pallet area is a very good area for the acrobat, but now Bomb is throwing those bombs, trying to not get trapped by the acrobat because he could get trapped very easily there too, and cutting the distance really beautifully, taking the first chip and hit at the same time. That was really nice for the Bomb, and now forcing the acrobat to transition away.
We see a confined space as well as trump card build. Shirayuki knows that he's got to run back into the hospital here just to ruin that line of sight, just so that he won't be able to drop any bombs on him as he changed levels here. He does spot out a mercenary there working on a cipher. So let's see if Shirayuki can transition away safely. Able to do so, but now he's forcing him to just run the routes here. And let's see if he's going to force out a blink. No, forces him to vault over it. And Shirayuki has to be very careful. One more chip damage, and he will be falling down. Nice bomb there, but it was a white bomb, so he could just walk right through it. Let's see if Kuga can mitigate the distance. Blink hit connects, and now the camping game begins.
Yes, beautifully done by Kuga, sorry, and now it's going to be first share for the acrobat, while we see everyone is committing to the ciphers just like that. Poch ciphers are starting to pop. The first one was the postman, and now the other ones are just decoding, so it's actually a relatively fast game here for Kuga.
Yeah, thing is though, Kuga wants to just get a tie, right? That's why he brought I think the trump card, just to see if he can try and change things up. But I mean, no detention Bonbon at the end of the game is still kind of fine if he's able to get his full presence up. Chanimno will be chased out of his cipher, so he can control that. 4 ciphers are in a standstill as we speak. We do note that 1 cipher is moving on slowly. I believe that is the mercenary cipher at the 2-story building. Chanim, though, the forward.
Somebody coming from the back. They're trying to steal They're going to try to steal the. Oh no! It was just transitioning away. Now, gonna sell him at this point, Poch.
Yeah, Chanim being chased away. We do see that there is a survivor, Yune, that is here, but he can't close out the distance fast enough. So it seems like Kuga is just, he's getting his win condition on point. Now he's going to focus on Yune, which is the postman. He only has his dog to work with here. He's already given some letters to the mercenary to fasten the decoding, but they're going to have to protect this postman at all costs when he's on the rocket chair.
Yes, and taking the 2 bombs. I know the doggo trying to be timed perfectly well, but bite the doggo. That was quite nice, doggo from the postman. And they're taking the chip damage in exchange. So that is going to be how Kuga's gonna play. Just needs one more remote control bomb, but trying to time these normal bombs well. And now going for a normal hit. We'll see how it works. Yes, that hit connect, and it's going to be first time for postman in chair.
Yeah, so this is going to be really tough because they have 2 ciphers remaining. 2 rescuers can go for it, so they're going to have to pop a cipher, while Chanim is going to try to go for a stun, but no, gets just chased away from the bomb placements, and now he's going to get hit. We do see that the postman has gotten down, so this is a real tough situation on the side of the survivors because they need to get this hit happening, and Chanim gets another hit on side, as he rescues. So chair rescue, but no tide turner in place. He's going to try to focus his attention on this forward. So let's see if this forward will get knocked down.
Yes, what a beautiful remote control for Monokuma, but also beautiful long stun from Channing, buying so much time for the postman, and now he goes back to the machine, and now there is going to put some pressure on the Merc machine, which is 70%, and now going to try to see whether the mercenary can get this rescue done. Again, he has 3 elbow pads, so that is actually very good. He's just trying to see whether he he can just get this rescue, this cipher done, but no, it's a little bit far from being done. So he's just gonna go for the rescue first. I
Yeah, this
believe.
is gonna be tough for Snowdrop to actually try to push for this cipher. While we do note that the postman is working on a new one, just so that they'll have the last cipher is gonna be at this exit gate. So it's gonna be tough. Snowdrop doing a great job, just avoiding the bombs for now. But you know, Kuga's just holding on to the bombs. Oh my gosh, one more hit. Actually, a regular hit will down this mercenary. He chooses to go away, and it seems like the respect on the camping of Kuga is being shown here by Snowdrop. But if he gets this tie situation, ZT is going to win round number 2, and it seems that way. Snowdrop doesn't want to risk giving any more points away. Let's see if he's
Oh
going to
my
try to go for a
God.
drop down here. A little too risky here, so it seems like he's just going to sell out this forward.
Yeah, the second floor bomb was so amazing. Like, stop him from vaulting that hole there. And now the mercenary is having some respect, like you said, for Kuga, and going to just go away from there. And now going for the postman. Kuga is going for the postman right now. The footprints are there, but I think just wants to play the hide and seek game for a little bit. And just like that, waiting for the dog moment here too, and avoiding the dog as well. And now it's going to be up to whether he can kite around this pallet area.
Yeah, we do see that he's able to transition away nicely. Mercenary is we're just waiting for that bomb, that that timed bomb to just expire, because one more hit he will be falling down. He doesn't want to risk anything. Postman, though, one more bomb hit, he will be falling down, but he's doing a great job. He's just sending out a letter here. He's dropping the pallet just to make sure he can try to vault it, but no, the terror shock will be popped. And now Mercenary can work on that second to the last cipher, but switching to teleport, and now he's going to chase down this Mercenary.
Yes, amazing mind game right there. Trying to force trying to predict the blink right there, the postman, but he wasn't able to do so. And now Mercenary is going to go down with the last bomb and a hit, and didn't connect. But yeah, he's definitely going to go down, and it's going to be whether there is going to be another first chair here for the Mercenary. And now yes, postman definitely heal up.
Yeah, so we're going to see if they're going to go for a bleed out strategy here, because if he goes for the chair, yes, it's a long chair time. Oh, wow, basement chair, that is. Oh, no, he's actually just going to leave him out here to try and find. He does see that the tinnitus did prop up, and he does see that the scratch marks are on the floor. Let's see if he's going to try and go for this. Oh, he's going to try to drop down. A sneaky move by Kuga. He's going to try and surprise him and cut him off on the route on the stairs here, but he looked the other way, and it seems like Yuna is just hiding behind the pallet here, and he's doing a great job in this hide-and-seek game.
Yes, a beautiful job from Postman right there. Yume hiding, playing the hide and seek game. Didn't move at all. He just waiting it
Still
out,
not
hiding.
moving.
Yes, and now because Kuga knows the mercenary takes a long time to heal up, so he's quite confident that even though he heals up, it's gonna be enough time for him to catch the Postman. But what Kuga didn't plan though was the Postman was just giving the ear mark and not showing himself at all.
So let's see if Kuga's going to check behind these pallets, because that tinnitus mark is definitely triggered already. He was so close to actually trying to find him. But now we see that he is at the second floor. Yune just tiptoeing around, hiding the footsteps. Will he see him? Oh my god, the blind spot. Kuga unable to see him. So hide and seek expert here goes to Yune, MVP. So let's see if Kuga, dropping down just to make sure that he's not gonna go for any of he's gonna go for a struggle here, and now it's gonna be hit. Oh, he's able to move on away, so this is actually a great rally back for TMX's side. Snowdrop just creating that distance, moving away from the hospital so Unit can transition away safely.
Nice, he got the forward football right there as well. So sneaky, the Snowdrop right there. But now it hasn't utilized the self-heal, so there's a chance he could heal up. But now Postman showing away his blood marks, and then Kuga got a full vision on him, and just like that going to throw bombs on him. The Doggo trying to bite but didn't connect, so now Kuga will just use the normal bombs or normal hit to just down the Postman eventually.
Yeah, so now Mercenary has to prop up that self-heal. It's going to take a while, though, and he has that forward football. Has a little bit of dash in him for him to be able to prolong the kite. But, Kuga, mobility isn't the best on this Bonbon, but he could just take his time, because this is a signed, sealed, and delivered match for the side of ZT. We're going to definitely see a round number 3, ladies and gentlemen. So it seems like Mercenary is going to stand up. Kuga Moving on away here, interesting that he's still trying to find that tinnitus mark, because if he walked straight, he would have definitely walked into the mercenary. So he's just going to check up on the postman if he's going to try to prop up any of the ear mark. Once he knows where he's walking towards and he's going to find that out, he's going to down that mercenary. It's going to be a GG.
Yes, mercenary needs to buy time, and the good thing is the only good thing here could be is the mercenary could vault a coffin and maybe take a syringe or a robot. Oh, he found a syringe. That is
Mhm.
very good for the mercenary, and maybe he could aim for a dungeon if he's not found, and also if the
Heal
postman
up.
ble-
Mhm.
he, no, he already heal up. So the thing is
No,
that's the
no, I'm
problem.
saying that the mercenary should heal up with that
Ah,
syringe you just said.
yes, definitely, definitely. But the postman here gonna take a while for him to expire, so that could be a little bit difficult here for mercenary to get a dungeon. Not impossible though, because he's still after all the merc, which can take a lot of hits, so a lot of bombs.
Mhm.
So that's why it's going to be a game of time right now. We're gonna wait here to see what happens.
Yeah, so Snowdrop here, just making sure that he's primed enough for, like, once he's gonna get found out, he will go for that heal. And it seems like Kuga has already sniffed him out and smoked him out. Let's see if the heal will come in time. Snowdrop just hiding behind this wall. Can he heal up in time? He's able to do it, so this kite of the endgame dungeon can happen, but he's gonna have to survive for as long as possible. And with no football, no elbow pads, this is gonna be a little tough to call here. We do see that the mercenary did get that football, so he can transition, but Postman is still really far from expiring, so it seems like Kuga is going to play his cards right, down the mercenary. It's going to be a GG, Soy.
Yes, GG's for Kuga. All kill Bonbon in Sacred Heart. That is actually not easy at all, because this map is definitely very good for the survivors. And as you saw, Poch, the hiding spots in the Sacred Heart Hospital, I have to take notes on that, because I've tried hiding there before and the hunter always finds me. But in this
Yeah.
time for Postman, it works so well. Like, seriously, one blink of an eye and he was already in the second floor.
Yeah, it was actually great, and you got to give it up to TMX's unit. He was tiptoeing the entire time, and note that when you have the heartbeat and the pressure of competition and you're tiptoeing, that's nerves of steel that he brought to the table. So hide and seek expert there on Eunice's side. But ZT getting a perfect game. This is 10 points on their side. They win round number 2, so we're still for sure going to see a round number 3. So it's still anyone's game, since we're not going to count the points just yet. It's going to be round victory. So TMX can still win this, even if it's just by like 3-2 or something. Even though the points are going to be on ZT's side, as long as they're able to win rounds, they're still in this. So let's talk about the match stats, Soy.
The match stats so far, we see Yume with 101 second kite, but I believe a lot of those seconds are also due to the hide and seek game that he was playing. So definitely
Right.
kudos, shout out for Yume's hide and seek game. And definitely, second one was Snowdrop with those amazing lucky guy skills that he got, getting a syringe, getting a football, getting everything he can to avoid and buy so much time for the team as well. But yeah, 87 second kite, not bad at all. But then really, all the play was here made by Kuga. All the shots were called by Kuga. He just like put the survivors under so much pressure, and then forcing all the items out. So definitely very tough game that TMX Hunter has to prepare.
It was frantic pace the Kuga set on the table. So it seems like, ZT has definitely caught up in terms of points, and now they are leading in terms of points. Rounds are still up for grabs here as we push on over to round number 3. So TMX needs to capture lightning in a bottle once again and kind of duplicate the same success that they have in round number 1. And what's scary, Soy, is that ZT is the type of team to actually get stronger as the rounds go on. So their survivor pool is definitely deeper, and we have seen them go the full 7 in the IVA tournaments.
Yes, CT can take a lot, but don't forget, Poch, TMX went to wildcard stage and they can also take a lot. So these two teams are very tough. Both have shown their skills either in IVC and the other one in IVA, which is both tournaments with our Southeast Asia region. So we know they can take a lot, but now it all comes, Poch, to whether they can bounce back from something unexpected, either an early down or a turn shock or a staff rescue. So this is going to show the resilience of the survivors and also the hunters as well, because
Yeah.
these things you cannot control.
I would have to say though, yeah, TMX's resilience will definitely be tested even more because after that round number 2 and the perfect games on both the Survivor and Hunter side, they definitely have to bounce back from this. And coming into round number 3, yeah, ZT would have the confidence because they're finally playing the pace that they're comfortable with and that they're known for. So it's going to be a tough matchup. It's going to have to also depend on the maps and depends on the picks and bans. But we talked about it a little bit earlier that we thought that maybe tonight we might see a Weeping Clown. We've been seeing it a lot in IVL.
Yes, we're talking about Weeping Cloud being one of the chosen survivors for trying to aim for a 4-man escape because he can accelerate the exit gate escape, which means that as soon as you exit the gate, then the dungeon can open even faster than usual, something that Hunter is not yet prepared for. So this is one of the things that we might be seeing being used sooner. Like how to say, like the meta is going to come to Asia too, because we've seen it in IVL going on a lot with Do 5 up C bringing his Whipping Clown. That was an awesome gameplay right there, aiming for a 4-man escape. Totally got Alex Wolf's sculpture out of place because it really came out of nowhere, that Whipping Clown. And he didn't utilize his rocket at all. He only used it for rescuing and going out of the gate. So that was just an incredible gameplay from a Whipping Clown. So it'll be really cool if we can see that in any of our matches.
I would say that we've also seen Weeping Clown in the previous days. We saw SKG bring it out first, which really surprised me and Nell. And we did see Noir bring it out, a forward and a Weeping Clown stun, just in case like the forward wasn't able to get that stun. Shoutouts to Chocho calling that action with me in the previous days. So we're gonna go to Arms Factory, and TMX is the one to choose it. So this is gonna be very important because when TMX had map control, they were able to get a victory over ZT. So hopefully this Arms Factory pick is gonna help them out in this round number 3.
Yes, TMX Hunter Arms Factory, I believe he can play. He definitely can bring out here either because they're gonna be 2 Hunter bans, I believe, this time. So if they ban his Dream Witch and his Sculpture, which is most likely to happen, then he might also bring his Bonbon or maybe a Bloody Queen. Actually, Bloody Queen also plays really well in this map watch. It's a very, very close area for the ciphers, and the hunters already know the mirror placement, so they can just mirror to the cipher. So the map control will be great if he chooses Bloody Queen.
Yeah, BQ, we do have in my record here of U4, he did bring out a BQ in the previous matches. I'm counting the wild card as well as the prelim finals. So let's see if that's gonna happen because let's see if we're actually gonna push for a second half, because if Kuga gets a 4K here, it's GG's and ZT is going to immediately move on, because in terms of points, even though they tie it up, yeah, ZT is going to score. So TMX just has to refute that 4K from ZT. They just need at least 1 out, and they're going to play until the second half. But if you're on TMX's side, you want to think of this as a blank slate. You want to be able to reset everything and try your best to be able to get as much survivors out as possible.
Yeah, so if you say so, TMX needs 3 survivors out, right, for going to the next level, the next stage. All right.
The next half.
Next half.
Yeah. So
perfect.
If
I think
Kuga gets
definitely.
4, yeah, we're gonna call it a GG. So that's it's gonna be a tough call here.
Yeah, I guess that's why they chose this map as well, because they know that. Actually, they just banned Dream Witch and Bonbon, which are Kuga's very strong hunter here. So I think they give an opening for his sculpture, which also works really well. And we just saw in the first round that TMX managed to counter Kuga's sculpture really well, getting the tie. So I believe they're quite confident with the survivors countering the sculpture in this map. And I believe Kuga might have some just warm up already with the sculpture, and we might be seeing a second Kuga sculpture here, but now with some warm up done. So that might be a little bit exciting to see as well.
Yeah, the psychologist pick here is a little interesting. So he might actually try to go. Well, I mean, Sculptor's always on the table here, but I mean, like you said, BQ is really good in this map. And Kuga might actually rely on his survivors. He's just going to try and tie this one out. But looking at the survivor side, though, Patient can heavily counter the BQ just once He just grapple hooks away. Entomologist also could transition well with the bees and also help when it comes to rescues. So let's see what Kuga will finally ban here on his last pick and ban here, because so far not revealing too much yet. You know what? These are pretty strong bans, but banning the Explorer. Are we gonna see a Clerk come out?
Banning the Explorer, well, that is so out of nowhere. Like, I was not expecting that at all. I was looking at the patient and I was like, they took a patient. Are they trying to bait a Bloody Queen? Because Bloody Queen really hates patient as well. And bring out another tough guy right
Clerk,
here, Botch.
Yeah, just banning the Explorer, going for the Clerk. So we are gonna see Kuga bring out his debut Clerk here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, maybe not. We got baited. Sculptor
We
coming
got
out.
baited.
I
That
actually
was
thought.
so nice.
Well, that
Yeah, me
actually makes
too.
sense. Yeah, that makes
But
sense.
what do you think the Sculptor will ban the Explorer?
Well, I don't know, because like if you have the perfect statues, it can kind of lead you to the Explorer, but I guess it's more of a comfort thing, and also this kind of lets Kuga set the pace of this match, because so you have to agree, Cypher progress isn't going to be that fast on the Survivor side, so Kuga can kind of take his time when he kind of down these Survivors, and looking at these Survivors, he's going to have to invest a lot of time in them, because it's going to be tough to chase any of them. However, though, he can actually kind of get the Gravekeeper out of his burrow state. But I mean, other survivors are going to be pretty tough, especially in a map like this.
Oh, I just heard from a backstage entity just told me that Hunter usually bans Explorer when they want to bait a Clerk, that when they want to make the survivor believe they're gonna be Clerk. So I think that's why Kuga was trying to do right here.
Yeah, I guess it didn't work, and we're yeah, because we've seen how Clerk is so good. We saw how the Mad Penguins were able to counter SKG's Clerk. So it definitely tried to play into that role. So, but we are seeing a Sculptor though.
That's a very, very steady Hunter for Kuga. We've seen him already play this in Ever Sleeping, but this is a new map, Poch. This is Arms Factory, and this map is really good for Sculpture. The only thing I'm afraid though is that nowadays, now that the survivors are so familiar with the Sculpture, they already know how to play her until the end game. And sometimes we have seen in IVL that they will get a 4-man, but again, the lineup is a bit different this time. We see two top guys that can take a lot, and then they can destroy the Hunter for a bit if they encounter the Hunter first. So that's definitely no ideal situation here. So they will be very lucky if Mercenary or Gravekeeper get found first, so they can buy some extra time.
Yeah, so here we go. Kuga already at the center of this map. Yune is on the mix, as well as Chanim. Yune sticking to the shack area, so let's see if he's going to commit, because this is the Gravekeeper, and the Gravekeeper can tank those hits. Let's see if he's going to force any of the shovels to come out. It seems like he's going to save up the shovels here just to transition away from the shack area. So note that, yeah, the factory is still pretty safe for him to transition towards. And now we see that Yune already in that burrow state. Let's see if the statue hits will connect, because TMX did a pretty good job facing the Sculptor.
Yes, beautifully done here from Yume, and now he's going to buy some extra time here for Kuga. And now Kuga is also trying to commit to the survivor, because he knows if he transitions away, he will just buy some more extra time. So now Gravekeeper taking the first hit, and now waiting for the perfect time to take out the shovel. But no, it's deciding to save it, and it's actually quite risky.
Wow, able to get the oh my gosh, able to get the hit onto the shovel. So that was an excellent shovel usage of Yune, but he will fall down, trying to clean up the bees here. So this is going to be a tough rebound kite on the Gravekeeper, because this this Gravekeeper has no more skills to be able to create that distance that he wants. So, and also, almost at full presence is Kuga. Has the chisel, so these survivors are going to need to starve him from that presence. Drops down the chisel here at the factory area. Snowdrop has to be very careful, because these statues can start raining in such a cramped spot in this map.
Exactly. Kuga anytime soon is going to start sweating statues left and right, and now going to stop this rescue, and we will see that patient already 80% machine, while mercenary, we're not sure whether it's worth rescuing the Gravekeeper at this point, Poch, because he has no more resources, like you said. So we see just mercenary giving the earmark, and he's gonna be spotted by Kuga.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't try to go for any statues. Makes me think if he
Hmm.
did spot him out, because I mean that mercenary was
That's
just
true.
ducking in the mix there. So it seems like the Gravekeeper will be out of this game. They're gonna do a trade-off here for some objectives, so it's gonna be 2 ciphers remaining. Those last, oh, actually no, this one cipher hasn't popped just yet. And note that Kuga now will transition away from the Gravekeeper that will be expiring, and we do see that he is monitoring the triple pallet area, while Chanam is going to be in no man's land over there at the shack area. So still, he could take his picks on anyone, and it seems like Shirayuki is going to be chased out of. Oh, it seems like he might actually focus on Shirayuki.
Yeah, Shirayuki Mercenary going to the best survival. Oh, beautiful elbow pad right there, avoiding all the status. That I don't know if it was planned, but it was beautiful.
U-turn
And now,
elbow pad.
yes, U-turn elbow pad, nice. And now going to one of the best survivors area to kite inside this factory. Oh, the chips start to connect, and the mercenary will eventually fall down.
Yeah, so that was actually a really fast chase on the side of the mercenary. So Kuga did an amazing job. Shirayuki at least saved some 2 elbow pads for him to be able to rebound kite. But now this is a tough spot. 2 survivors remaining. One can go for the rescue, one can keep popping ciphers. But Soy, there's 3 ciphers remaining. So they're gonna have to be very careful with their next move here. At least Mercenary can buy that time for them to decide. It seems like Snowdrop will be coming in, since he does have a hook to be able to close out the distance, but spots him out early on. He has 2 more statues to rain, able to get a chip damage here, and now let's see if he's going to commit to going for a regular hit or trying to bait out another statue hit to connect a regular hit.
Yeah, now there's a flywheel in hand, so we'll see whether the patient will utilize it or not. Oh, sorry, no, not flywheel, never mind. So now he's going for the normal hit. Now, nicely done here from the patient, getting that rescue. And now mercenary escape already, and now he will be like a trade-off, like you said. Patient in exchange for the mercenary.
Yeah, and it seems like, Mercenary pop the elbow pad right away just to move on away. Chanam will be spotted out here, just making sure that he is on his Bs, just so he's gonna avoid all these statues. But it seems really tough. Yeah, Mercenary will have to be the one decoding, while Chanam will have to be the one that will rescue. We're not sure what traits Chanam did bring, but he's gonna have to avoid these statues. Kuga raining down statues. Oh wow, this is gonna be tough, because one regular hit, one statue hit, and he will be falling down, and a terror shock is gonna seal the deal there to stuff the rescue, and this is looking real good on ZT's side.
Wow, what a fast-paced game for Kuga right here. Definitely stuffing the rescue was crucial, because now there is no way that a mercenary can make it to the chair. It is so far away already. But no, there is still going to be Kuga is still not yet resting. He's still trying to look for the mercenary again, and he feels he's here and immediately find the CCTV camera on the mercenary.
The perfect statue kind of leading him to adjust the camera to find the mercenary at the corner of his eye. Entomologist is down, 2 ciphers remaining. Both those 2 ciphers actually are close to popping, but it seems like this is going to be a back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. Kuga, if he's able to get a 5-point game here, it will be GG's. ZT will be getting points for their group, sending TMX out of the group stage. So let's see TMX here. They're going to have to survive for as long as possible, but the mercenary eating that hit will be falling down eventually, propping up the entomologist that does not have any resources. So Kuga is just going to clean up shop here. He's going to go back and forth for him to secure himself this 5-point game.
Yeah, now entomologist is just using a syringe to heal, but now being spotted immediately by Kuga.
Wow.
Now using the blade to down her, that was beautifully done by Kuga. And that just like this, it will be at GG's for 0-2.
Wow, so 0-2, ladies and gentlemen. Based on points alone, they will be the winners here. And congratulations on TMX, because they did the unthinkable, Soy. They were able, U4 was able to get a 5-point game up against the survivors of the team of ZT, which is very unheard of. So that was an incredible performance, I would have to say. So beautiful stuff. And it's Kuga has definitely been here to play, and I'm excited to see more of ZT. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be still be playing the second half. So this is more like an exhibition. So I don't know, if you guys want to see some amazing characters, maybe just spam them in the chat. Hopefully we see a weeping clown, because I want to see that.
Yes, I know a lot of people is fan of Helena Mindside, so I'm pretty sure if they bring a Helena inside, that would be quite fun too. Actually, I would like to do Mindside cosplay as well because I find her really cute. Like maybe ever
How are you gonna
sleeping
see the
girl.
screen? So we need you to you keep tapping your cane to see how that's gonna go. So yes, we will still play out the last game just for points because we will determine like in the group stage, if not by rounds, in terms of points. So TMX could still play Kingmaker here if they can starve ZT of some points. So hopefully, we'll see like an exhibition match, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna see like still some meta survivors. So Soy, let's talk about these match stats. What number jumps out to you here?
Definitely the Greykeeper 62-second kite, but everyone has like average like 50-second kite to 40-second kite, which is actually quite fast because Kuga forced the survivors out from their comfort zones quite quickly. And you saw how he kind of gave the mercenary a chance there for the rescue because he was hiding, but I don't know if he didn't see it or he just like didn't want to, just wanted to wait for the mercenary to come. And then I think it was very, very well played for Kuga because he was so well paced and so fast.
Mm-hmm. I think disciplined is the right word to say. Like he was, there were some points where he ran out of statues, but I think maybe he didn't want to use the statues on that mercenary at that point because he's not sure if he'll be able to get that hit, and he didn't want to rush anything. And the way he played that match, it was definitely different for how we saw him play the sculptor in Ever Sleeping Town. So you got to respect that sculptor. Even
Yes.
though that you ban his other hunters, that sculptor is still there. He's definitely going to be a menace. Unfortunately, we didn't see Clerk. I would definitely love to see that. But we'll see if U4 has a Clerk to bring out here because it's still going to be a point. It's still going to be a match to play for points because we still have to determine how far ZT is going to be in terms of points because they will go up against the Noir in the coming weekend. So that's going to be exciting.
Yes, but I have to say, like some people was asking, where are you from? Because your English accent is so good. Some people asking.
Thank you. I'm from the Philippines, Southeast Asia represent. Kamusta? I'm terrible at Tagalog, but yeah, I see a lot of people speaking Tagalog in the chat. So shout outs to people that are there in the Philippines. Shout outs to also, Filipino. I know Manny is also from the Philippines. So yeah, thank you for asking. So
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
while we wait for the match, any shout outs you want to give out since we are going to still see this last match?
Yeah, I'm gonna give a shout out to Hanako, Meli, again, Chu Jibin. Thank you so much for being so active in the comments. Your comments are always so entertaining to read. Monica, Kino, Soxo, LY, and definitely everyone else that is also behind the scenes, like Tier Knight and NTT, and Chocho also, and
Crit,
Eli.
what's up? Yeah.
And Crit, yeah.
Yeah, big shout outs to everyone behind the scenes also pushing the buttons on the ones and twos. NTT also just lurking, sending us memes just to keep us smiling and whatnot. Also, shout outs to everyone that's watching. Romro, Kino, TMX. Cheeky or something. Yeah, changed his name to TMX, 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 TMX. So that's going to be fun. Hanako, like you said, is also in chat. MPLC Simp also. Big shout outs to you. I know that you want me to stream a certain game and we will. We'll definitely get to that in a bit. But for now, it's all about IVC. It's all about the how ZT is going to solidify themselves at the top of their group stage because Noir did amazingly up against TMX. And unfortunately, guys, TMX, this is their last match. So they can still play Kingmaker. So if I may ask, aside from Mind's Eye, is there a hunter that you want to see come out into the mix here?
I definitely want to see Clerk. Watch, I have to say, same as you, I want to see Clerk because I find Clerk extremely difficult to play at the beginning, but she's such a strong end-game hunter, and that definitely can throw the survivors off to what they're already used to do, such as their tempo and the way they play. Clerk is a type of hunter that she doesn't need to be even near the cipher just to control it. Kind of like Sculpture, but also like a Dream Witch, so it's definitely a unique hunter that I really want to see more of.
Yeah, Clerk, I can't wait. Hopefully U4 has a Clerk. Definitely I would say one of the characters that you see in competitive now these days. And it seems like if you look at Clerk, if you look at Wax Artist, some of the hunters, even the new hunter, the Hermit, right? they can harass ciphers now. It's kind of scary with what Identity 5 and NetEase is thinking about with how they're gonna try to level the playing field and try and counter Flywheel here. It seems like one of the answers there is to control ciphers. Clerk can do that in a distance.
Yeah, isn't it like when Entity said Wi-Fi control the cipher rush? Something like that.
Yeah,
So
instant connection, right? You don't need to be there anymore. It's 4G Wi-Fi connection when it comes to controlling the cipher rush. So that's gonna be interesting, and I'm excited to see if the clerk will come out, but also if we're gonna look at ZT survivors, we know that MX has a thief, and he might bring out the thief coming into this one. Who knows if there's still some points to be bared here, but if you think about it, if they're gonna go up against Noir and they win there, they can actually have a little bit of fun here and kind of go exhibition and go with their true mains or the characters that they really want to use.
Yes, definitely. I believe that Thief will be a very very cute pick because we know that he's a very fun to play, and especially with all those 3 flashlights, if I remember correctly, and he can just place them and then make like a show for the hunter, and then like we saw in Koa, remember like Pipicia and Thief, they play around and they did like a little like moonwalk dance. That was so funny. So I think Thief is a very fun character to play. Although it's actually quite difficult to play him well because you need to always manage the moonwalk. And surprising enough, a lot of survivors, even though they play this game for a long time, doing the moonwalk is something that you cannot just learn in one day. You need to practice a lot in order to get it.
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah.
MX definitely has that on point. We've seen him in previous tournaments in Southeast Asia. He also tried bringing it out up against Pipisha in Koa, by the way. So that's something that he actually exclaimed also that I was up against the thief. That was very interesting. So I wouldn't be surprised if MX would bring out the thief in this match. A lot of love also for Lawyer to come out. Kino wants to see a Lawyer if they're going to go exhibition here. But I mean, Lawyer is great. We've also saw a Lawyer. I saw a Lawyer in IJL, which it was kind of countered because once you find the Lawyer, yes, you don't get terror shocked, but unfortunately, he doesn't have a buff when it comes to kiting. It's really just decoding, and he could call out where the hunter's at. That's another that's another thing he can bring to the table.
And he cannot get a terror shock too.
That's another one too. Yeah, for sure. That's so important.
Actually, yeah, Lawyer is very fun to play as well. And I really love to see more Magician since the buff. I think that I love when the Magician puts the illusion and the illusion is moving, like emoting.
Dancing
and then,
after.
it's so funny to be honest, like see the way that the pro Magician plays. Like, I really love it. Like, shout out to my friend that plays it is like 164. He's 164. He's a magician S batch, and he plays so well. So really fun to see.
For sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, also MPLC Simp asking for a shout out. Shout outs to you. I hope you guys can give shout outs to ZT and TMX. They will be playing the last match of the night. TMX being kind of the kingmaker here with giving. Will they give ZT more points or they'll deny them of points? We're going to find out here. It could be an exhibition match, so I want to see what you guys want to see here. Lawyers, Mind's Eyes, Clerks, who knows? Anything's up for grabs here in the final match of round number 3.
It's going to be definitely a fun match to watch. Regardless of whatever you pick, it's definitely going to be fun. I wouldn't be surprised if he just picked something like he says maybe a lizard man, or that would be cool.
Could be. Wow, it seems like ZT banning very strong picks. Kind of opting, U4 to bring out the Sculptor. So this is pretty interesting that they opt to ban the BQ and the Dream Witch. So we've seen how U4 can do his rounds when it comes to the Sculptor. And it seems like we're going to see the Lovers to start things off.
Yes, that's so cool. The dynamic couple, the dynamic duo, they can bring some amazing dance here. Like they can pull out each other and make some very, very cool and fun gameplays right here. But following it up, I believe that, besides this survivors, Dancer Potch, a super cool survivor to play as well with those music boxes.
I'm getting flashbacks of last year with in the triple pallet area, you just leave like boxes everywhere, or even in the factory. Then the dancer becomes a mercenary, just trading things up. So we're gonna see our last. I think that's a thief. I don't know. I see a hat. Could be a thief. I'm not sure, but you know what? Pretty standard bands on the side of U4. So we're gonna see. Yup, I knew it. It's MX. He has to bring out the thief, a dancer thief, and the lovers, a very expressive survivor side, and we are going to see a geisha come out of U4. So this is actually going to be an amazing exhibition match, Soy.
Beautiful. I haven't seen use geisha in a while, so definitely looking forward to see what she has to bring. And they definitely heard us, Poch, because they heard you rooting for a geisha, and they also heard us rooting for the thief. So this is a match definitely for showing off and seeing how fun it can be also to play with a little bit, just less pressure and just for, like you said, exhibition match.
So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a quite the showing here with such a diverse pick. Ohio, darling, I hope you're not feeling sleepy because this is going to be the last match of the day. So I want you guys to be as participative in the chat because you know what, these players do look out for it. So I want you to spam those yellow and purple hearts for ZT and TMX because they're going to give you guys a show here. U4 bring out the geisha, which is a hunter that he has brought out in the past, but ZT with a very diverse lineup here of the lovers, a dancer, as well as a thief. I'm not sure how this lineup is going to go, but I'm sure ZT wants to give us a show.
I was gonna say, Butch, that dancer is gonna put the music and the thief is gonna put the lights. So it's gonna be like a party here. Yeah, the show. And the lovers as psychologists and patient are gonna dance in the middle. So quite fun here.
It's gonna be fun for the survivors, but for a hunter, that sounds like a nightmare. It's like, I'm stunned, it's slowed, it's gonna be so tough. So let's see if U4 has got it in him to be able to deny some points on ZT's side, because ZT is already moving on in the group stage, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the last match we're going to see of TMX. So what a send-off here that we're going to give to U4 with this geisha in Arms Factory. So this is actually a pretty good map also for the side of the geisha.
Yeah, Arms Factory is a not too bad map for geisha, but for the survivors, it's definitely this lineup. They're just going to have fun because at this point, the dancer and the thief already got all the items they need to make the party started. And then, yeah, we'll see whether you comes in all aggressive as well or just takes it easy. You know what I mean? Because geisha is the type of hunter that you want to get an all kill quite fast. And with the butterflies, you just throw the first butterfly as far as you can once you start, and then make your presence be felt and force a survivor out to kite with you. So this is one of the aggressive geisha gameplays that we see often. Yeah.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, last match of the day. Let's see how U4 will come into the Arms Factory here with his geisha gonna run straight into Shadow. Shadow hiding behind the pallets, drops a slow music box. He's not gonna fall for it. He's not gonna try to destroy it, but this is actually gonna be a tough start for this geisha. If he opts to break the music box, he's gonna opt to break it, and now the pallet slam will connect on the side of the geisha.
Nice, Lady 13, let's go. I really like this skin, by the way. And now female dancer transitioning away, not giving geisha any chance, but already utilizing one music box, which is actually nothing for the female dancer. She got two more, and now throwing that butterfly so far away from, and then patient going to take the second kite.
Yeah, Zed here is in a pretty good spot, but Terror Shock! Oh, wow, just when he's slow vaulted. So U4 didn't have the best start, but able to Terror Shock this patient, gaining some presence in the process. And also in the water tank chair, this is going to be a pretty tough save on anyone's side here. So it seems like the rotations are going to have to be made. Shadow seems to be working on a cipher. Well, it seems like, I believe, the psychologist is going to go for the rescue here.
Definitely. And then there is some I saw the female dancer send a message like, just go for the tie, but no, we see psychologists definitely coming in for this rescue. And also ooh, the lights coming in. The show is about to start here for the survivors. We're putting those lights. Ooh, nice, beautiful accessory. Actually, I never seen it before, Butch.
And now we see that MX just trying to blind the hunter. Run though. Oh my gosh, just running towards a Cypher here. Psychologist is going to be the one to be focused on while the patient was able to break that line of sight. Run has to be very careful. Last effort going to kick in as the blink hit connects. And that was a beautiful, it's that sequence on the side of U4. Braiding off the patient to just go for the psychologist. It has a little bit of that whistle to utilize, but I mean, she's already going to be half health once she's rescued. So we do see that the dancer is already here, about to pop that Cypher, but U4, great chair placement.
Yeah, now we see the sneaky dancer putting a slow music box right here to make the slow down the geisha, and now going in for normal rescue beforehand for the psychologist. But now the trade has already been done, and now all the survivors are just out and about.
We're at full presence here on the side of the geisha, so Run has to be very careful, trying to hide behind the pallets, but no, since this is a psychologist, he can't eat those hits. Because the trauma time is still there, and now we see that he is going to use the lover's connection just to establish even more distance to transition towards the shack area. Throws a butterfly, but no, gets stared at. Psychologist now has to be very careful since she did sit on that rocket chair, and one more hit, she will be falling down. 3 ciphers still remaining, and U4 still wants to down the psychologist.
Ooh, that long hit didn't connect, and now it's going to use. Will they use the lead? Ooh, now the skill! Nicely utilized, but no, we led her directly to the geisha. That was a little bit early speed boost right there from the patient and the psychologist.
Yeah, he tried just juking the geisha, but unfortunately the hitbox, the control of the hitbox in U4 was on point. So now it seems like Zed might be the one to go for this rescue since he's already in the shack area. He sat in the chair just once, so it's totally fine. We see that he is trying to take his time to go for the psychologist. You have to go for your lover. You got to go shoot your shot, Zed. So here we go. He's going to try to close out the distance for him to be able to rescue here. And gets the regular rescue, and now might have to body block here, but no, they go their separate ways. And Run, he's gonna try to hide behind these pallets, but no, able to get a pallet slam.
Beautifully done by the psychologist right there. And now here the thief with the support coming in very strong with the flashlight. They're trying to get the flashlight on, and then Geisha forced to look away. He wants to get rid of the harasser definitely because no, taking the pallet stand right there.
Yeah, MX just able to provide that support, drops of a flashlight, now able to try to blind and trying to give Run that support, able to move on away, but no, Run still trying to hide behind this pallet, unable to do so though. Can they try to go for a forced heal here? No, gonna try to go for a drop down hit. Able to avoid so far, so good. TMX able to hit the thief, but still trying to blind her enough, but no, she's gonna get the pickup. No pallet slam, and the thief falls down. 1 cipher remains. They might have to go for that pop. It's gonna be the psychologist that will be expiring in the game, but the geisha already has that detention.
Yeah, and each survivor got 1 item only, so we'll see how they use it. Nice. That hook was stopped right in the middle with the detention geisha. So aggressive and so scary, Podge.
So now we see that U4 going for a more aggressive strategy here, not sharing the patient, even though that's the second time the patient has sit on that rocket chair. MX is on the exit gate here, has no more flashlights, so it's going to be real tough for him as the blink hit connects. We do see that the music box has been, he used the music box boost to move on over to the shack area. That I am referring to the dancer. While MX is going to see the rocket chair for the first time. Patient already up and about, so it seems like they might try to go for a tied game here, but this is the geisha. She can cover so much distance just throwing that butterfly.
Very beautiful, and now it's going to be this geisha. This is how I talk about geisha is the type of hunter that the end game can manage to get and bring a tie to an all kill. So this is the danger of geisha.
Yeah, just forcing the pallet vault here, able to rescue the thief. So we know that the patient has already used the self heal, or he's about to use it. So now we see that Shadow just dropping all these slow boxes, trying to force U4 to try and break him, and he's going to try to buy enough time here. Let's see, drops a butterfly just to see if he can go through the walls, but he's going to try to bait him to just go through the slow boxes here. So Shadow doing a great job buying enough time for MX to open up that exit gate. So the Zed has already stood up while MX opened up that exit gate. So it's still anyone's game here, either a tie or a 3-man escape.
Yeah, Dungeon is at the top. So now all the two survivors remaining are going to go to back gate. And now Dancer is very confident here, Poch. Even though it's a geisha with detention, she still decides to kite in this area using the
No, yeah, no
slow
more
boxes.
detention, by the way. So that's why the dancer
Oh,
was so just
confident.
confident. So now we see that MX has an elbow pad, just goes straight for the exit, and I feel like the dancer is just opting for the dungeon escape. Shadow is also here, so he has to be very careful. Actually, the dancer moving on over to this exit while we see that the patient is actually opening up an exit, a chest here. He's already near the dungeon, and it seems like MX will escape. Shadow can eat one more hit, and we do see that the patient is actually healing up. So it seems like a good done deal on the side of ZT. Flywheel will be utilized, but the dancer does eat that hit, and it seems like it's going to be a GG's that's going to be called out. Exit gate is already open, dungeon is already open, and ZT, ladies and gentlemen, are your winners for tonight.
Yes, beautiful play. I really like to see this type of exciting match because you see everyone is playing so easily and swiftly, putting all those music boxes and those flashlights. So congrats for CT. You guys did a great job, but also kudos to TMX. You guys did amazing going against one of the top teams in Asia. Definitely a very hard task to do. So TMX, keep working hard, keep doing. I love you guys, and I want to see more of you guys in the future.
Yeah, I think TMX got a lot of fans in the chat and a lot of people rooting for them in future tournaments because they were able to show that gods can bleed. They were able to take ZT to the limit at the round number 1 and push for a round number 3. 0-2, ZT stands for 0-2. They usually get 0-2, but here they were pushed to round number 3. So that just shows that anyone in this tournament can get the victory. So I'm excited to see what U4 has to offer in future tournaments. But like Soy said, this is the last that we'll see of them. This was their last group stage match. And unfortunately, they will not advance to the playoffs. But you know what? I just want to see a lot of love in the chat as we look towards the match stats.
Yes, the match starts right here with Dancer 99-second kite together with the Thief with 96, and the longest kite ever was for the Patient 112 seconds. Even though he got an early terror shock, thanks to the psychology deciding to rescue him, they managed to bounce back. And so sacrificial here. The sacrificial lamb was the psychologist at the end, and of course it was quite hard to. They did everything. Everyone did try to keep the psychologist alive. As you saw, it was the thief right there, the ballet right there, but the pop was so well timed for CT.
Yeah, that was a pretty frantic sequence when they tried to keep the psychologist alive. There was so much spotlights, there was a lot of music boxes that were placed. So I think that's ZT's play style. They want to go for a very support heavy style. Even though it's non-meta, you saw that they were able to make it work up against a geisha of U4, which, I mean, he is known also for to use a geisha, and I don't think he was holding back any punches. So same with ZT. It's just that's really MX's main survivor. So big shout outs to ZT for winning this tournament, and also please show some love. Well, not this tournament, but this match. But big shout outs to TMX for showing up. Able to get a 7-2 in round number 1 is no easy feat, especially up against ZT.
Yes, amazing. So much respect really for TMX too. They bring such a nice entertaining games, especially with the survivors together with Hunter. So beautiful, guys. Looking forward to see more of you guys in the future, and yeah, join more tournament communities as well. Like even those small tournaments like IVA or NELFAM tournaments, they're all great. Just join them all, get as much experience as you can, and just keep going.
And we're going to look at the best deduction of the night for this match. It's going to go none other to Kuga with a Sculptor. Didn't come online at the start in round number 1, but came alive in round number 3. Amazing stats, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that he is one of the hunters to look out for. Especially, you got to ban his Sculptor, you got to ban his Bonbon, and you got to be careful when you go up against ZT's Kuga.
Yeah, beautiful Hunter here, well-rounded. Even though the start was a little bit still warm up, they definitely showed their older aces, older games, older mind games, and everything came together on the second and third rounds. So yeah, CT, really a very good team to root for, guys. If you guys don't know CT yet, it's a very, very, very nice team to look out for. It's the first time coming in as a solid team in IVC. And definitely we have seen them a little bit before in IVA, but this is their first official tournament. So definitely some City looking forward to see more of their development and see how will they do with stronger teams such as BL or GH and Noir, of course.
Yeah, it's gonna happen soon enough once the playoffs hit. But we still have to see ZT versus Noir because that's another match in the group stage we have to actually pay attention to. So we're gonna see the schedule in just a bit and also kind of the wrap up for the day in just a bit. But I just want to thank everyone in the chat for joining us here because it's IVC has been growing each and every day, each and every year. You know, from 2020 when it first came up to now where it's at. Like, everyone is just so competitive, and you know, bringing in more teams, more talents, more of the Southeast Asia flavor. And it's so important for you to support Southeast Asia because we're you know, we have two teams represent us in Koa, and for us to grow much more, it's really important for you guys to support your favorite teams and support your favorite players as we look into the today's results.
Yes, today's results, BL and then versus Ikun, and BL took the win over Ikun. And then on the second round was CT versus TMX, and CT took the win. So now it's going to be the next matches, and tomorrow is going to be casting. A shout out to the casters that's going to come. Nell, Eli, Chocho, you guys going to see casting very nice matches right here.
Don't forget NTT. Yeah, it's gonna be NTT and Nell tomorrow, and then on Sunday it's gonna be Chocho and Eli. But here are the rankings, the updated rankings for Group C and D. BL and GH are tied in terms of rounds, but BL has won in round points. But we will see in future days BL go up against GH. Noir and ZT also tying their leaderboards here, but it is Noir leading with 17 points when it comes to it. But they will go head to head as we look at the future schedule for Saturday and Sunday.
Yes, it's gonna be a very exciting matches coming in, and tomorrow don't forget to tune in at 5 p.m. for seeing these amazing matches, SKG against WP, and then follow up by SG versus Ryu. So guys, prepare your popcorn and prepare your snacks because tomorrow there's gonna be more IVC action.
And this is going to be very important because in Group A and B, they're pretty solid set. This is very telling, especially SKG versus WP. So it's really important for you guys to root for your favorite teams and also support them because every match is make or break. We did just see an amazing match between Ikun versus BL and TMX versus ZT. So what a night. Soy, any final words before we sign off?
Yeah, I love you guys so much to see in the chat everyone who was sending their energy. I felt it all, and I'm pretty sure all the players felt it as well. And it's thanks to you guys' energy that everyone here is also very excited about these matches and looking forward to see more of these teams and more IDV action in the following days.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's Soy Milk. I'm Poch Spice. Thank you so much for tuning in to IVC. We'll see you guys tomorrow, but for now, have a good night. See you.